Chapter 1109. 3 million spirit coins for a set of 3 million spirit coins. He did not understand why Yi Hao dared to ask for such a price. At this moment, he had an impulse to kill Yi Hao. What's wrong? Can't I? Yi Hao asked seriously when he saw the people from the Yang Kang kingdom. Yi Hao was really bewildered. Could it be that these kingdoms were really that poor? Or were they just too stingy? He felt that the things he wanted were not a lot. However, looking at the eyes of the people from the Yang Kang kingdom, which could kill him, Yi Hao could not help but complain helplessly in his heart. Ahem. At the thought of this, Yi Hao also felt that it was time to put some pressure on these people so that they would not dawdle and waste time. As Yi Hao coughed softly, several powerful auras came from outside the room and locked on to everyone in the room, except for him. So powerful. They felt that several powerful auras were pressing on them. The faces of the people from the other kingdoms turned pale and cold sweat broke out on their heads. They had a feeling that any one of these auras could easily crush and kill them. At this moment, the shock in their hearts was like a torrential river. They could not believe that there were so many powerful and terrifying people in the Qianyuan kingdom. At this moment, the fear they had for Yi Hao in their hearts deepened. They finally knew why Yi Hao dared to stay here alone with them. They had no doubt that if they showed any disrespect to Yi Hao, they would be killed. Most likely, before they could even make a move, they would already be dead. At this moment, they could not help but feel lucky that they did not act rashly and attack Yi Hao. Otherwise, not only would they lose their lives, but they might also bring disaster to the entire kingdom. At this moment, they could not wait to go back and spread the news to tell everyone that the Qianyuan kingdom was no longer the Qianyuan kingdom of the past. The Qianyuan kingdom was not an entity they could afford to offend. With so many experts present, they did not doubt that Yi Hao was capable of destroying the drifting cloud kingdom so easily. Without a doubt, with so many experts around, Qianyuan kingdom's strength was no longer a problem. Crushing them wouldn't be a problem either. In the future, the survival of their country would have to depend on the Qianyuan kingdom. As they thought about this, the people of the Yang Kang kingdom recovered from their shock and spoke to Yi Hao with a hint of respect. Your Majesty, the Yang Kang kingdom will pay for the 3 million pieces of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, the people from the Yang Kang kingdom said directly. When he said these words, he actually felt a sense of relief. If it was in the past, he would have been worried that he would be punished by the emperor of the Yang Kang kingdom. However, he now believed that as long as he revealed the identity of the Qianyuan kingdom's powerhouses, His Majesty would not blame him. Instead, His Majesty would support him. After all, there were so many experts in the Qianyuan kingdom. If they offended Yi Hao, they would be really worried. They might not even know how all the experts in their country died overnight. What? 3 million? Hearing the words of the people from the Yang Kang kingdom, Yi Hao was shocked. Wasn't he talking about 300,000 spirit coins? How did it suddenly become 3 million spirit coins? That was a total of 10 times more than what he had expected. He looked at the people from the Yang Kang kingdom with a serious expression. Yi Hao also understood that he and the people from the Yang Kang kingdom had misunderstood each other from the beginning. He also finally understood why the people from the Yang Kang kingdom had such a pained expression just now. This was also because he had not expected the people from the Yang Kang kingdom to be so generous as to offer 1 million sets of equipment. He had mistakenly thought that it was 100,000 sets of equipment. However, he was very satisfied with this result. After all, by a freak combination of factors, he had gained so much equipment and resources for himself. Naturally, he was overjoyed. Yi Hao nodded his head in satisfaction. This is strange. Why do I have a feeling that I have been tricked? The people from the Yang Kang kingdom naturally saw the look of shock in Yi Hao's eyes just now. Thus, a strange feeling involuntarily arose in his heart. If at this moment he knew that Yi Hao had misunderstood his intentions all along, he would have misunderstood Yi Hao's intentions as well. Yi Hao did not ask for 3 million spirit coins, but only 300,000 spirit coins. However, he had mistakenly thought that it was 3 million spirit coins and even agreed to give Yi Hao 3 million spirit coins. She wondered if he would pass out from anger. However, Yi Hao did not say anything, and he did not dare to ask Yi Hao again. Because of the strong forces outside, he had no choice but to behave himself and did not dare to hold back in front of Yi Hao. This was because he was really worried that if he provoked Yi Hao, the people outside would suddenly take action and take their lives. Have the few of you made up your minds? How much are you prepared to compensate the Qianyuan kingdom? Seeing that the Yangkang kingdom had been dealt with, Yi Hao was also satisfied. He turned his gaze to the rest of the people. After all, if he was not careful, he had taken 10 times the amount of resources. How could he not be happy? Moreover, he believed that with the Yangkang kingdom as an exception, the other kingdoms would not dare to go overboard and would definitely compensate them with many things. This was all thanks to this wonderful misunderstanding and the generosity of the Yangkang kingdom. Therefore, at this moment, he wanted to strike while the iron was hot and interrogate the people from the other kingdoms. To be honest, the people from the other kingdoms were like the people from the Yangkang kingdom and were extremely fearful of the few people outside who were emitting powerful auras. At this moment, they hated the people from the Yangkang kingdom the most. They did not know what the Yangkang kingdom was thinking. How could they compensate the Qianyuan kingdom with so many things? This undoubtedly put them in a difficult position. At this moment, they hated the people from the Yangkang kingdom the most. They did not know what the Yangkang kingdom was thinking. How could they compensate the Qianyuan kingdom with so many things? This undoubtedly put them in a difficult position. At this moment, they hated the people from the Yangkang kingdom the most. They did not know what the Yangkang kingdom was thinking. How could they compensate the Qianyuan kingdom with so many things? This undoubtedly put them in a difficult position. At this moment, they hated the people from the Yangkang kingdom the most. They did not know what the Yangkang kingdom was thinking. How could they compensate the Qianyuan kingdom with so many things? Chapter 11:10. The people from the Yangkang kingdom couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yangkang kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yangkang kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. My patience is limited. Hurry up and say it, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating. Our Kanglan Kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, the people from the Kanglan Kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't hide from such a thing. Rather than that, he might as well tell them about the compensation. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to say that the compensation was more than what the Yangkang Kingdom had offered. He also knew that the Yangkang Kingdom was an example. It was impossible for the Kanglan Kingdom to reduce the compensation. Therefore, he still said that the compensation was the same as what the Yangkang Kingdom had offered. This made him feel a sharp pain in his heart. It was as if his heart was being cut by a knife and was bleeding continuously. After saying the compensation, he also looked at the people from the Yangkang Kingdom with dissatisfaction. In his eyes, the people from the Yangkang Kingdom couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yangkang Kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yangkang Kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. My patience is limited. Hurry up and say it, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating. Our Kanglan Kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, the people from the Kanglan Kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't hide from such a thing. Rather than that, he might as well tell them about the compensation. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to say that the compensation was more than what the Yangkang Kingdom had offered. He also knew that the Yangkang Kingdom was an example. It was impossible for the Kanglan Kingdom to reduce the compensation. Therefore, he still said that the compensation was the same as what the Yangkang Kingdom had offered. This caused him to feel a sharp pain in his heart. It was as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and it was bleeding non-stop. After stating the compensation, he also looked at the people from the Yangkang Kingdom with dissatisfaction. Because in his eyes, The people from the Yang Kang kingdom could not help but roll his eyes at them. Even though he was filled with resentment towards the people of the Yang Kang kingdom, he still felt that the Yang Kang kingdom was too powerful. But they couldn't do anything about it. The people of the Yang Kang kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. Our patience is limited. Hurry up and speak, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating to speak. Our Kanglan kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, someone from the Kanglan kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't avoid this kind of thing. Rather than that, he might as well straightforwardly ask for compensation. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to claim that the compensation would exceed that of the Yang Kang kingdom. At the same time, he also knew that the Yang Kang kingdom was an example. It was obviously impossible for the Kanglan kingdom to reduce the compensation further. Therefore, he still offered the same compensation as the Yang Kang kingdom. This made him feel a sharp pain in his heart. His heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife and bleeding continuously. After stating the compensation, he also looked at the people from the Yang Kang kingdom with dissatisfaction. Everyone couldn't help but roll their eyes at them. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yang Kang kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yang Kang kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. Our patience is limited. Hurry up and speak, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating to speak. Our Kanglan kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, someone from the Kanglan kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't avoid this kind of thing. Rather than that, he might as well state the compensation directly. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to claim that the compensation would exceed that of the Yang Kang kingdom. At the same time, he also knew that the Yang Kang kingdom was an example. It was obviously impossible for the Kanglan kingdom to reduce the compensation further. Therefore, he still offered the same compensation as the Yang Kang kingdom. This made him feel a sharp pain in his heart. His heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife and bleeding continuously. After stating the compensation, he also looked at the people from the Yang Kang kingdom with dissatisfaction. This was because he couldn't help but roll his eyes at the people from the Yang Kang kingdom. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yang Kang kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yang Kang kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. Our patience is limited. Hurry up and speak, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating to speak. Our Kanglan kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, someone from the Kanglan kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't avoid this kind of thing. Rather than that, he might as well state the compensation directly. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to claim that the compensation would exceed that of the Yang Kang kingdom. At the same time, he also knew that the Yang Kang kingdom was an example. It was obviously impossible for the Kanglan kingdom to reduce the compensation further. Therefore, he still offered the same compensation as the Yang Kang kingdom. This made his heart ache. It felt as if it was being cut by a knife and bleeding continuously. After stating the compensation, he also looked at the people from the Yang Kang kingdom with dissatisfaction. This was because he couldn't help but roll his eyes at the people from the Yang Kang kingdom. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yang Kang kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yang Kang kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. Our patience is limited. Hurry up and speak, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating to speak. Our Kanglan kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, someone from the Kanglan kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't avoid this kind of thing. Rather than that, he might as well state the compensation directly. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to claim that the compensation would exceed that of the Yang kingdom. Chapter 11:11. The people from the Yang kingdom couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yang kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yang kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. My patience is limited. Hurry up and say it, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating. Our Kanglan Kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, the people from the Kanglan Kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't hide from such a thing. Rather than that, he might as well tell them about the compensation. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to say that the compensation was more than what the Yang Kingdom had offered. He also knew that the Yang Kingdom was an example. It was impossible for the Kanglan Kingdom to reduce the compensation. Therefore, he still said that the compensation was the same as what the Yang Kingdom had offered. This made him feel a sharp pain in his heart. It was as if his heart was being cut by a knife and was bleeding continuously. After saying the compensation, he also looked at the people from the Yang Kingdom with dissatisfaction. In his eyes, the people from the Yang Kingdom couldn't help but roll their eyes. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yang Kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yang Kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. My patience is limited. Hurry up and say it, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating. Our Kanglan Kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, the people from the Kanglan Kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't hide from such a thing. Rather than that, he might as well tell them about the compensation. Of course, he wasn't stupid enough to say that the compensation was more than what the Yang Kingdom had offered. He also knew that the Yang Kingdom was an example. It was impossible for the Kanglan Kingdom to reduce the compensation. Therefore, he still said that the compensation was the same as what the Yang Kingdom had offered. This caused him to feel a sharp pain in his heart. It was as if his heart was being cut by a knife, and it was constantly bleeding. After stating the compensation, he looked at the people from the Yang Kingdom with dissatisfaction. Because in his eyes, the people from the Yang Kingdom could not help but roll his eyes. Even though he was filled with resentment towards the people of the Yang Kingdom, he still couldn't help but complain. But they couldn't do anything about it. The people of the Yang Kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. Our patience is limited. Hurry up and speak, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating to speak. Our Kanglan Kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, someone from the Kanglan Kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't avoid this kind of thing. Rather than that, he might as well straightforwardly ask for compensation. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to claim that the compensation would exceed that of the Yang Kingdom. At the same time, he also knew that the Yang Kingdom was an example. It was obviously impossible for the Kanglan Kingdom to reduce the compensation further. Therefore, he still offered the same amount as the Yang Kingdom. This made him feel a sharp pain in his heart. His heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife and bleeding continuously. After the Yang Kingdom mentioned the compensation, they also looked at the Yang Kingdom's people with dissatisfaction. Everyone could not help but roll their eyes. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yang Kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yang Kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. Our patience is limited. Hurry up and speak, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating to speak. Our Kanglan Kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, someone from the Kanglan Kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't avoid this kind of thing. Rather than that, he might as well state the compensation directly. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to claim that the compensation would exceed that of the Yang Kang Kingdom. At the same time, he also knew that the Yang Kang Kingdom was an example. It was obviously impossible for the Kanglan Kingdom to reduce the compensation further. Therefore, he still offered the same amount as the Yang Kang Kingdom. This made him feel a sharp pain in his heart. His heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife and bleeding continuously. After stating the compensation, he looked at the people from the Yang Kang Kingdom with dissatisfaction. This was because he couldn't help but roll his eyes at the people from the Yang Kang Kingdom. Everyone thought to themselves. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yang Kang Kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yang Kang Kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. Our patience is limited. Hurry up and speak, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating to speak. Our Kanglan Kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, someone from the Kanglan Kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't avoid this matter. Rather than that, he might as well state the compensation directly. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to claim that the compensation would exceed that of the Yang Kang Kingdom. At the same time, he knew that the Yang Kang Kingdom was an example. It was obviously impossible for the Kanglan Kingdom to reduce the compensation further. Therefore, he still offered the same amount as the Yang Kang Kingdom. This made his heart ache. It felt as if it was being cut by a knife and bleeding continuously. After stating the compensation, he looked at the people from the Yang Kang Kingdom with dissatisfaction. This was because he couldn't help but roll his eyes at the people from the Yang Kang Kingdom. Everyone thought to themselves. Although they were full of complaints about the people from the Yang Kang Kingdom, they couldn't do anything about it. The people from the Yang Kang Kingdom couldn't do anything about it. After all, the problem they faced now was to satisfy Yi Hao and compensate him for his loss. Our patience is limited. Hurry up and speak, Yi Hao said impatiently when he saw that everyone was hesitating to speak. Our Kanglan Kingdom will compensate your majesty with 3 million sets of equipment and 3 million spirit coins, someone from the Kanglan Kingdom said after hearing Yi Hao's words. This was because he knew that he couldn't avoid this matter. Rather than that, he might as well state the compensation directly. Of course, he wouldn't be so foolish as to say that the compensation would exceed that of the Yang Kang Kingdom. At the same time, he knew that the Yang Kang Kingdom was an example. Chapter 11-12. After Huang Zhong threw the letter to Emperor Yang Kang, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Looking at Huang Zhong's departing figure, no one dared to stop him. Only when Huang Zhong's figure had completely disappeared into the night did the guards retract their gazes from Huang Zhong. Phew, at this moment, everyone collapsed to the ground at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. Each and every one of them looked as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. Your Majesty, are you all right? Soon, the group of guards came to their senses. One by one, they stood up and walked to Emperor Yang Kang and asked respectfully, "Get out of my sight, you bunch of useless things." Looking at the group of guards, Emperor Yang Kang was furious. This was because when Huang Zhong had appeared, these guards had not been of any use at all. He was furious. If this group of guards could fight Huang Zhong, he would not have been reduced to such a state where he did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Huang Zhong. However, he also understood that this group of guards could not be blamed for this. This was because Huang Zhong's strength was simply too strong. He knew very well that even if these guards were to go all out against Huang Zhong, they would only be courting death. However, Huang Zhong's appearance had caused him to lose face. Naturally, he had to make up for this loss. At this moment, it was obviously impossible to deal with Huang Zhong. Not to mention dealing with Huang Zhong, when he saw Huang Zhong leave without killing him, he felt like he was burning incense. Therefore, in order to regain his face, he could only vent his anger on the guards. When the group of guards heard Emperor Yang Kang's dissatisfied tone, they quickly lowered their heads in shame and left the place. After all, they were also afraid that if they did not leave, Emperor Yang Kang would be furious and they would not have a good ending. After Huang Zhong threw the letter to Emperor Yang Kang, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Looking at Huang Zhong's departing figure, no one dared to stop him. Only when Huang Zhong's figure had completely disappeared into the night did all the guards retract their gazes from Huang Zhong. Phew! At this moment, everyone fell to the ground at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. Each of them looked as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Soon, the group of guards came to their senses. One by one, they stood up and asked respectfully in front of Emperor Yang Kang. "All of you, get out of here. You bunch of useless things." Emperor Yang Kang was infuriated when he saw this group of guards. That was because when Huang Zhong appeared, these guards were not of any use at all. This really infuriated him. If this group of guards could fight with Huang Zhong, then he wouldn't have fallen to the point where he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Huang Zhong. However, he also understood that this group of guards was not to be blamed for this. This was because Huang Zhong's strength was simply too strong. He knew very well that even if these guards were to fight Huang Zhong with their lives on the line, they would only be courting death. However, Huang Zhong's appearance had caused him to lose face. He naturally had to get back at them. Now, it was obviously impossible to deal with Huang Zhong. Not to mention dealing with Huang Zhong, when he saw Huang Zhong leave without killing him, he felt like he was burning incense. Therefore, in order to get back his face, he could only vent his anger on the guards. When the guards heard Emperor Yang Kang's dissatisfied tone, they quickly lowered their heads in shame and left the place. After all, they were afraid that if they did not leave, Emperor Yang Kang would be furious and they would not have a good ending. After Huang Zhong threw the letter to Emperor Yang Kang, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Looking at Huang Zhong's back view, no one dared to stop him. Only when Huang Zhong's figure completely disappeared into the night did all the guards retract their gazes from Huang Zhong. Phew! At this moment, everyone fell to the ground at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Soon, the group of guards came to their senses. One by one, they stood up and walked to Emperor Yang Kang and asked respectfully, "All of you, get out of here. You bunch of useless things." Emperor Yang Kang's anger flared up as he looked at the guards. This was because when Huang Zhong appeared, these guards were not of any use at all. This really made him furious. If this group of guards could fight with Huang Zhong, then he would not have fallen to the point where he did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Huang Zhong. However, he also understood that this group of guards could not be blamed. This was because Huang Zhong's strength was simply too strong. He knew very well that even if these guards were to go all out against Huang Zhong, they would only be courting death. However, Huang Zhong's appearance had caused him to lose face. Naturally, he had to make up for this loss. At this moment, it was obviously impossible to deal with Huang Zhong. Not to mention dealing with Huang Zhong, when he saw Huang Zhong leave without killing him, he felt like he was burning incense. Therefore, in order to regain his face, he could only vent his anger on the guards. When the group of guards heard Emperor Yang Kang's dissatisfied tone, they quickly lowered their heads in shame and left the place quickly. After all, they were also afraid that if they did not leave, Emperor Yang Kang would be furious and they would not have a good ending. After Huang Zhong threw the letter to Emperor Yang Kang, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Looking at Huang Zhong's back view, no one dared to stop him. It was only when Huang Zhong's figure completely disappeared into the night that all the guards retracted their gazes from Huang Zhong. Phew! At this moment, everyone fell to the ground at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions were as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Soon, the group of guards also reacted. One by one, they stood up and walked in front of Emperor Yang Kang and asked respectfully, "All of you, get out of here. You bunch of useless things." Emperor Yang Kang's anger flared up as he looked at the guards. This was because when Huang Zhong appeared, these guards were not of any use at all. This really infuriated him. If this group of guards could fight with Huang Zhong, he would not have fallen to the point where he did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Huang Zhong. However, he also understood that this group of guards could not be blamed. This was because Huang Zhong's strength was simply too strong. Chapter 11:13. After Huang Zhong threw the letter to Emperor Yang Kang, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Looking at Huang Zhong's departing figure, no one dared to stop him. Only when Huang Zhong's figure had completely disappeared into the night did the guards retract their gazes from Huang Zhong. Phew! At this moment, everyone fell to the ground at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. Each and every one of them looked as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Soon, the group of guards came to their senses. One by one, they stood up and walked in front of Emperor Yang Kang and asked respectfully, "All of you, get out of here. You bunch of useless things." Emperor Yang Kang was enraged when he saw this group of guards. This was because when Huang Zhong appeared, these guards were not of any use at all. This really made him furious. If these guards could fight with Huang Zhong, then he wouldn't have been reduced to such a state where he didn't even dare to breathe loudly in front of Huang Zhong. However, he also understood that this group of guards couldn't be blamed for this. This was because Huang Zhong's strength was simply too strong. He knew very well that even if these guards were to fight Huang Zhong with their lives on the line, they would only be courting death. However, Huang Zhong's appearance had caused him to lose face. Naturally, he had to make up for this loss. At this moment, it was obviously impossible to deal with Huang Zhong. Not to mention dealing with Huang Zhong, when he saw Huang Zhong leave without killing him, he felt like he was burning incense. Therefore, in order to regain his face, he could only vent his anger on the guards. When the group of guards heard Emperor Yang Kang's dissatisfied tone, they quickly lowered their heads in shame and left the place quickly. After all, they were also afraid that if they didn't leave, Emperor Yang Kang would be furious and they wouldn't have a good ending. After Huang Zhong threw the letter to Emperor Yang Kang, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Watching Huang Zhong's back as he left, no one dared to stop him. It wasn't until Huang Zhong's figure had completely disappeared into the night that all the guards withdrew their gazes from Huang Zhong. Phew! At this moment, everyone collapsed to the ground at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Soon, the group of guards reacted. One by one, they stood up and walked in front of Emperor Yang Kang and asked respectfully and carefully, "All of you, get out of here. You bunch of useless things." Emperor Yang Kang was infuriated when he saw the guards. That was because when Huang Zhong appeared, these guards were not of any use at all. This really infuriated him. If this group of guards could fight with Huang Zhong, he would not be reduced to the point where he did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Huang Zhong. However, he also understood that this group of guards was not to blame. This was because Huang Zhong's strength was simply too strong. He knew very well that even if these guards were to go all out against Huang Zhong, they would only be courting death. However, Huang Zhong's appearance had caused him to lose face. Naturally, he had to make up for this loss. At this moment, it was obviously impossible to deal with Huang Zhong. Not to mention dealing with Huang Zhong, when he saw Huang Zhong leave without killing him, he felt like he was burning incense. Therefore, in order to regain his face, he could only vent his anger on the guards. When the group of guards heard Emperor Yang Kang's dissatisfied tone, they quickly lowered their heads in shame and left the place quickly. After all, they were also afraid that if they did not leave, Emperor Yang Kang would be furious and they would not have a good ending. After Huang Zhong threw the letter to Emperor Yang Kang, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Looking at Huang Zhong's back view, no one dared to stop him. It was only when Huang Zhong's figure completely disappeared into the night that all the guards retracted their gazes from Huang Zhong. Phew! At this moment, everyone fell to the ground at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions were as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Soon, the group of guards came to their senses. One by one, they stood up and walked to Emperor Yang Kang and asked respectfully and carefully, "All of you, get out of here. You bunch of useless things." Emperor Yang Kang was infuriated when he saw this group of guards. This was because when Huang Zhong appeared, these guards were not of any use at all. This really infuriated him. If this group of guards could fight with Huang Zhong, he would not have fallen to the point where he did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Huang Zhong. However, he also understood that this group of guards could not be blamed. This was because Huang Zhong's strength was simply too strong. He knew very well that even if these guards were to go all out against Huang Zhong, they would only be courting death. However, Huang Zhong's appearance had caused him to lose face. Naturally, he had to make up for this loss. At this moment, it was obviously impossible to deal with Huang Zhong. Not to mention dealing with Huang Zhong, when he saw Huang Zhong leave without killing him, he felt like he was burning incense. Therefore, in order to regain his face, he could only vent his anger on his guards. When the group of guards heard Emperor Yang Kang's dissatisfied tone, they quickly lowered their heads in shame and left the place quickly. After all, they were also afraid that if they did not leave, Emperor Yang Kang would be furious and they would not have a good ending. After Huang Zhong threw the letter to Emperor Yang Kang, he snorted coldly and turned to leave. Looking at Huang Zhong's back view, no one dared to stop him. Only when Huang Zhong's figure completely disappeared into the night did all the guards retract their gazes from Huang Zhong. Phew, at this moment, everyone fell to the ground at the same time and heaved a sigh of relief. Their expressions were as if they had been relieved of a heavy burden. "Your Majesty, are you all right?" Soon, the group of guards came to their senses. One by one, they stood up and walked to Emperor Yang Kang and asked respectfully and carefully, "All of you, get out of here. You bunch of useless things." Emperor Yang Kang was enraged when he saw this group of guards. This was because when Huang Zhong appeared, these guards were not of any use at all. This really made him furious. If this group of guards could fight with Huang Zhong, then he would not have fallen to the point where he did not even dare to breathe loudly in front of Huang Zhong. However, he also understood that this group of guards could not be blamed. This was because Huang Zhong's strength was simply too strong. He knew that even if these guards were to fight with Huang Zhong, they would only be courting death. Chapter 11:14. So fast. Yi Hao was stunned when he heard Yang Liang's words. After all, the four great kingdoms were close to the Qianyuan kingdom, so he wasn't surprised that they had come so quickly. However, the Fire Beacon dynasty was very far away from the Qianyuan kingdom. Therefore, he was surprised that the Fire Beacon dynasty had come to the Qianyuan kingdom so early. Did I hear wrongly? The Fire Beacon dynasty is here. Why would the Fire Beacon dynasty come to the Qianyuan kingdom? Could it be that the Fire Beacon dynasty is the backer of the Qianyuan kingdom? The people of the four great kingdoms were shocked when they heard that the Fire Beacon dynasty had come to the Qianyuan kingdom. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. After all, they were very familiar with the Fire Beacon dynasty, so familiar that they couldn't be more familiar with it. They could even say that the Fire Beacon dynasty was their superior. Every year, they had to pay a salary to the Fire Beacon dynasty, and they had to live according to the Fire Beacon dynasty's wishes. If the Fire Beacon dynasty was angry with them, even if the four great kingdoms joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for the Fire Beacon dynasty. It was possible that as long as the Fire Beacon dynasty stomped its foot, the four kingdoms would be destroyed. This was because they had heard of a saying before. In the dynasty, devil emperors were everywhere and devil emperors were as numerous as dogs. Even the legendary Atman body-level cultivators in the kingdom were not few in number in the empire. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with complicated feelings. If the Fire Beacon dynasty really stood behind the Qianyuan kingdom, then they wouldn't dare to provoke them. "Ha ha ha, little brat of the Qianyuan kingdom, come out." At this moment, arrogant laughter sounded in the hall. Then, a middle-aged man walked into the hall with a group of people. "Impudent! How dare you barge into the hall without His Majesty's permission?" Yang Liang was enraged when he saw that the people had barged in without waiting for Yi Hao's permission. "Ha ha, a mere emperor of a kingdom dares to call himself His Majesty in front of me? You really don't know your place." The middle-aged man couldn't help but laugh disdainfully. "This is the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty, Wei Zilong." At this moment, a golden-robed guard behind the middle-aged man stepped forward and shouted, "SSS. It's actually the Crown Prince of the Fire Beacon Dynasty. The Crown Prince of the Fire Beacon Empire actually came to the Qianyuan Kingdom. I heard that the Crown Prince of the Fire Beacon Dynasty is the most outstanding prince among the emperors of the Fire Beacon Dynasty. He is also the prince that the Fire Beacon Dynasty dotes on the most." When the crowd heard the middle-aged man's identity, they were all shocked again. "I am Zhennan Wang of the Yangkang Kingdom. Greetings, Your Highness. I am the Grand Marshal of Kanglan Kingdom. Greetings to Your Highness the Crown Prince. I am the Yufeng Kingdom's Grand Marshal. Greetings to Your Highness the Crown Prince. I am." The people from the four kingdoms looked at each other and bowed respectfully to Wei Zilong. Because of Wei Zilong's actions. He was simply too noble. Furthermore, he was the person with the highest chance of becoming the emperor of the Fire Beacon Dynasty. This caused them to have no choice but to be respectful to Wei Zilong. Not to mention them, even the emperors of their kingdoms had to be respectful when they saw Wei Zilong. Wei Zilong looked disdainfully at the people from the four kingdoms and asked, "What are you all doing here?" "Your Highness, we are here to compensate the Qianyuan Kingdom with resources," the envoy from the Yangkang Kingdom said respectfully to Wei Zilong. "Oh, compensate them with resources?" When Wei Zilong heard what the envoy from the Yangkang Kingdom said, a mocking look appeared on his face. "Where are the resources?" "Your Highness, the resources are here," the envoy from the Yangkang Kingdom said as he held up the space ring in his hand. "Are you all here to deliver resources?" Wei Zilong turned his gaze to the people from the other kingdoms. When the people from the other kingdoms heard Wei Zilong's words, they didn't dare to hide anything and hurriedly nodded their heads. "Very well, I shall kindly accept these resources," Wei Zilong said with a smile. "What?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Wei Zilong's words. "What's going on? It seems like the Fire Beacon Dynasty is here to cause trouble. Could it be that the Fire Beacon Dynasty isn't the backer of the Qianyuan Kingdom?" The people from the four kingdoms couldn't help but whisper among themselves. At first, they had thought that the Fire Beacon Dynasty was the backer of the Qianyuan Kingdom. However, it seemed like the situation was different from what they had imagined. "Hurry up. Don't you understand His Majesty's words?" As soon as Wei Zilong finished speaking, a guard walked up to the envoys from the four kingdoms and stretched out his hand. "This." The envoys from the four kingdoms hesitated when they saw the guard. They didn't know what to do. "What? Are you going to go against my words?" Wei Zilong said coldly when he saw the hesitation on the faces of the envoys from the four kingdoms. In Wei Zilong's eyes, the people from the four kingdoms were nothing. Even if the emperors of the four kingdoms were here, he wouldn't care, let alone the envoys from the four kingdoms. Of course, he wasn't interested in the resources of the four kingdoms. After all, he was the crown prince of a dynasty. Why would he care about the resources of some kingdoms? He wanted these resources because he wanted to humiliate the Qianyuan Kingdom. He wanted to humiliate Yi Hao properly. After all, this was Yi Hao's court. If he seized the resources of the four kingdoms as compensation to the Qianyuan Kingdom, it would undoubtedly be the greatest humiliation to the Qianyuan Kingdom and Yi Hao. When the envoys from the four kingdoms heard Wei Zilong's cold voice, their eyes were filled with fear. They didn't dare to offend Wei Zilong. If Wei Zilong had asked them for resources on any other day, they would have given them to him. After all, if they could use some resources to curry favor with Wei Zilong and win his favor, they would be more than happy to do so. But now, they had to compensate Yi Hao for all the resources they had in their hands. It should be known that the armies of the various nations were still under Yi Hao's control. They had no choice but to obey Yi Hao. If they handed over the resources in their hands to Wei Zilong now, they would undoubtedly offend Yi Hao. When they thought about the emperor's instructions, the powerhouses of the Qianyuan Kingdom, and their own armies, they didn't dare to offend Yi Hao. However, if they didn't hand over the resources to Wei Zilong, they would undoubtedly offend Wei Zilong and the Fire Beacon Dynasty. They didn't dare to offend Wei Zilong, let alone the Fire Beacon Kingdom behind him. Chapter 11:15. Compete. Wei Zilong was embarrassed that he dared to hesitate in front of the envoys from the Four Kingdoms. He had never been so humiliated in any kingdom before. Wei Zilong snorted in dissatisfaction. Boom! Following Wei Zilong's snort, a burly man in silver armor behind Wei Zilong suddenly released his aura. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual energy pressed down on the people from the Four Kingdoms. When the people from the Four Kingdoms felt the majestic spiritual energy released by the burly man in silver armor, their faces were filled with pain. So strong. The people from the Four Kingdoms all thought in their hearts. Wei Zilong's face was filled with pride. This time, he had brought 5 Atman body realm experts to the Tianyuan Kingdom. His goal was to humiliate the Tianyuan Kingdom and then destroy it. His original plan was to wait until the day of the challenge and lead the 5 Atman body realm experts to destroy the experts from the Tianyuan Kingdom. However, he couldn't hold himself back, so he brought along an Atman body level Qi practitioner and a group of guards to give Yi Hao a taste of his own medicine. Therefore, at this moment, when he saw his men intimidating the people from the Four Kingdoms with their strength, he was very satisfied. If you know what's good for you, hand over the things. Otherwise, if you make His Highness unhappy, I'm afraid you'll have to bear the consequences. The guard looked at the people from the Four Kingdoms and continued to speak. Feeling the powerful spiritual energy on their bodies, the people from the Four Kingdoms looked at Yi Hao awkwardly. This was because they could not hold on any longer. If Yi Hao did not do anything, they would have to hand over the things to Wei Zilong. After all, a wise man submits to circumstances. They could tell that Wei Zilong was here to cause trouble for Yi Hao. They did not want to get involved in this mess. Moreover, in their hearts, they still believed that the Fire Beacon dynasty was much stronger than the Tianyuan Kingdom. If they were asked to choose a side, they would not hesitate to stand on Wei Zilong's side. The reason why they were in such a difficult situation was because they were in the Tianyuan Kingdom and had no choice. However, they were looking forward to Wei Zilong defeating Yi Hao and the Tianyuan Kingdom. After all, they had been captured by Yi Hao and given so many resources as compensation to Yi Hao. Naturally, they were very dissatisfied with the Tianyuan Kingdom. What a crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty! How arrogant! Seeing Wei Zilong act so arrogantly in front of him, the Fire Beacon dynasty's crown prince shouted. Yi Hao was infuriated by this. He was simply looking down on him. What? If you don't like this crown prince, then come and beat me if you have the ability. Wei Zilong sneered at Yi Hao's words. It was obvious that Wei Zilong did not place Yi Hao in his eyes at all. Otherwise, he would not have provoked Yi Hao in such a manner. Since you have such an invitation, I will satisfy you. After Yi Hao finished speaking, he also leaped and attacked Wei Zilong. How dare you! Seeing that Yi Hao dared to attack Wei Zilong, the silver-armored man was enraged and was about to attack Yi Hao. Stop, let this crown prince teach this dog a lesson. Wei Zilong stopped the silver-armored man with a confident and arrogant face. What a joke, he was a first-order demon emperor. Seeing that Yi Hao was so young, he did not need to think to know that Yi Hao could not be his opponent. Wei Zilong's aura surged. His martial power was mixed with spiritual power. He clenched his fists and faced Yi Hao's attack. Seeing Wei Zilong's aura, Yi Hao sneered in his heart. A mere first-order demon emperor was indeed powerful, but he was not his opponent. Yi Hao did not hide his strength this time. He wanted to use his absolute strength to crush Wei Zilong. He wanted to let Wei Zilong know the price of being arrogant in front of him. Oh my God! Everyone says that the Fire Beacon dynasty's crown prince is extremely talented. I didn't expect him to be so strong. I also didn't expect His Highness Wei Zilong to be a first-order demon emperor. This is too powerful. It seems that the Fire Beacon dynasty's crown prince is going to win this time. According to His Highness Wei Zilong's current cultivation, he will definitely become a spirit cultivator in the future. With the Fire Beacon dynasty's strength and His Highness Wei Zilong's talent, becoming a spirit cultivator shouldn't be a big problem. Seeing Wei Zilong's aura, everyone immediately began to discuss. Wait a minute, am I seeing things? Emperor Tianyuan's cultivation is actually a fifth-order demon venerable. Oh my God, It seems like it's really a fifth-order demon venerable. How can a fifth-order demon venerable be His Highness Wei Zilong's opponent? Isn't he courting death? When everyone saw Yi Hao's cultivation level, they couldn't help but be stunned, and their faces couldn't help showing astonishment. They could not understand how Yi Hao dared to fight Wei Zilong with such a weak cultivation. Of course, if they knew Yi Hao's real age, they would not think that Yi Hao's fifth-order demon venerable cultivation was low. Something's not right. Why do I feel that the power in Emperor Qinyuan's hands is not the strength that a fifth-order demon venerable should have? I seem to have this feeling too. I'm not imagining things, am I? I can actually see the fluctuation of spiritual power. Bang! Under everyone's puzzled gaze, Yi Hao and Wei Zilong's fists finally collided. Die! Wei Zilong looked at Yi Hao. He actually dared to fight with him without knowing the difference between life and death. A trace of disdain flashed across his face. In his heart, there was a touch of victory. If he were to kill Yi Hao on their first encounter, his reputation would surely skyrocket if the news were to be spread. However, when his fist collided with Yi Hao's fist, his face suddenly changed. This was because he felt that the power in Yi Hao's hand was much stronger than his. How is this possible? Wei Zilong was very puzzled. Everyone was shocked by what happened. They thought that Yi Hao would be defeated easily. After all, a first-order demon emperor against a fifth-order demon venerable was a one-sided battle. However, they found that Yi Hao stood in the same place and did not move at all. Instead, Wei Zilong was directly sent flying. On the other hand, Yi Hao stood in the same place and did not move at all. Wei Zilong was directly sent flying out of the main hall. Your Highness. Seeing Wei Zilong fly out, everyone from the Fire Beacon dynasty suddenly changed their faces. The silver-armored guard suddenly exclaimed and quickly grabbed Wei Zilong. Puff! Wei Zilong felt the blood in his body surging and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With the help of the silver-armored guard, he stabilized his body. Chapter 11:16. Oh my God, am I seeing things? A fifth-order demon venerable actually defeated a first-order demon emperor. Oh my God, is this real or fake? This is too unbelievable. This Emperor Qinyuan is simply a monster. When the group of people saw that Yi Hao had defeated Wei Zilong, they were all shocked and their jaws almost dropped. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. A fifth-order demon venerable was actually able to defeat a first-order demon emperor. This was something that was simply impossible, but it had happened. Everyone couldn't help but think that the difference in cultivation level was not just one level, but the difference between heaven and earth. Unless it was a person with exceptional talent who could pull down such a gap, or even fight above their level. But to be able to fight above their level, they were all monstrous geniuses. But no matter how monstrous a genius was, they had never heard of anyone who could fight above their level. Moreover, this was directly crushing the opponent above their level. Everyone looked at Yi Hao with shock in their eyes. Obviously, in their opinion, Yi Hao's talent was absolutely monstrous. Cough cough, this prince is fine. Wei Zilong pushed the silver-armored burly man away and looked at Yi Hao with murderous intent. Dog, how can you be so powerful? You are not a fifth-order demon venerable. I am a fifth-order demon venerable. Yi Hao chuckled and looked at Wei Zilong. Absolutely impossible. How can a fifth-order demon venerable defeat me? Wei Zilong looked at Yi Hao in disbelief and asked. Because you are a piece of trash. Yi Hao looked at Wei Zilong with disdain. You are courting death. Wei Zilong was furious when he heard Yi Hao's words. He was the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Not only was he defeated by a fifth-order demon venerable, but he was also ridiculed by Yi Hao as a piece of trash. If this spread out, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the eyes of countless people. Kill this dog for me. Wei Zilong knew that he was no match for Yi Hao, so he was very tactful and directly ordered the silver-armored man. How dare you injure our crown prince? Today, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. After receiving Wei Zilong's order, the silver-armored man shouted angrily and directly attacked Yi Hao. The Atman body-level Qi practitioners are about to make their move. When the people of the four great kingdoms saw that the silver-armored man was about to make a move, they immediately focused their attention on him. After all, there was no Atman body-level cultivator in their kingdom. Therefore, to them, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to see an Atman body-level Qi practitioner in action. Looks like Emperor Tianyuan is finished this time. Of course. After offending the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty, how could he have a good ending? Although Emperor Tianyuan is powerful enough to deal with a first-order demon emperor, in front of an Atman body realm expert, he is no different from an ant. Do you even need to think about it? Even a demon monarch would be crushed by an Atman body cultivator, let alone a mere demon lord. Seeing that the silver-armored man had made his move, the people of the four great kingdoms couldn't help but discuss. Dog, let's see if you will die this time. Seeing that the silver-armored man had made his move, Wei Zilong couldn't help but sneer as he looked at Yi Hao. How dare you act rashly in front of His Majesty? You are courting death. Seeing that the silver-armored man had made his move, Yang Liang and Huang Zhong were instantly enraged. Both of them attacked at the same time, attacking the silver-armored man. Courting death. Seeing that Yang Liang and Huang Zhong actually dared to attack him, the silver-armored man sneered disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't put Yang Liang and Huang Zhong in his eyes. After all, in his opinion, the small Tianyuan kingdom was just a kingdom. How could anyone be his opponent? Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, Yang Liang and Huang Zhong's attacks landed on the silver-armored man's body. The silver-armored man had a look of indifference as he waved his hand at the two of them. In his opinion, as long as he released some of his spiritual power, he would be able to crush the two of them. However, he realized that the spiritual power he released had no effect on Yang Liang and Huang Zhong at all. Instead, the two's attacks landed directly on his body because he couldn't block them. Two collision sounds were heard, and the silver-armored man was directly sent flying. Although the silver-armored man retreated, Yang Liang and Huang Zhong had no intention of letting him go. The two of them looked at each other, leaped, and directly attacked the silver-armored man again. The silver-armored man's eyes were obviously a little flustered. He obviously didn't expect Yang Liang and Huang Zhong to be so powerful. This was simply beyond his expectations. He originally didn't take the two of them seriously, but now he had to pay attention to them. You are also spiritualist. The silver-armored man looked at Yang Liang and Huang Zhong with a solemn expression. You talk too much nonsense. Hearing the silver-armored man's words, Yang Liang shouted disdainfully. You're courting death. The silver-armored man was completely furious when he heard Yang Liang's words. Go to hell. The silver-armored man released his spiritual power. At this moment, the silver-armored man also directly took out his weapon. Obviously, the silver-armored man didn't dare to underestimate Yang Liang and Huang Zhong at this moment. The silver-armored man held a huge iron rod in his hand. The iron rod was nearly 5 meters long and half a meter thick. Countless people felt a strong sense of oppression when they looked at it. After the iron rod appeared, it rolled up a strong spiritual power and directly swept toward Yang Liang and Huang Zhong. Quick, dodge. Oh my God, it's really too powerful. What a strong spiritual power. I feel the aura of death. Everyone looked at the silver-armored man, the huge iron rod in his hand, and the strong spiritual power. All of them were shocked and fearful. They all felt a sense of oppression. They had no doubt that if a trace of this attack fell on them, they would die without a doubt. Therefore, they didn't dare to have the slightest delay and quickly retreated one by one. Your Highness, retreat quickly. The guards brought by Wei Zilong saw the silver-armored man's attack and their expressions changed. They quickly went forward, grabbed Wei Zilong, and began to retreat. As for Yi Hao, he stood in the same place and didn't move at all. Is he scared out of his wits? Look, Emperor Tianyuan isn't running away, isn't he courting death? Could it be that he doesn't know the strength of spiritual power? Even if this iron staff touches him a little, I reckon he will die here. Retreat quickly. Don't lose your life here just because you look at him. I think he's scared out of his wits. The ninjas fled one after another. When they saw Yi Hao standing in the same place without moving, they couldn't help but discuss. Chapter 11:17. Trash will always be trash. I think the remaining power of this strike will be enough to kill him. Wei Zilong and his subordinates retreated to a safe place. Wei Zilong turned around and found that Yi Hao was still standing in the same place. Wei Zilong couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. "Haha, Your Highness, I think this bastard will die miserably this time. Is there a need to explain? Have you seen anyone who offended His Highness have a good ending? But in my opinion, it's too easy for this guy to die like this." The guards behind Wei Zilong couldn't help but say. They all looked at Yi Hao with ridicule in their eyes. In fact, Yi Hao didn't retreat not because Yi Hao was scared out of his wits. It was because he was full of confidence in Yang Liang and Huang Zhong. He believed that as long as Yang Liang and Huang Zhong were there, the silver-armored man wouldn't be able to hurt him. Child's play. Yang Liang sneered when he saw the silver-armored man take out his weapon. The saber in his hand instantly appeared in his hand. The saber in Yang Liang's hand directly slashed at the silver-armored man's iron staff. Bang! A violent collision sound was heard. The silver-armored man was directly sent flying again. Obviously, the silver-armored man was no match for Yang Liang. How is this possible? Everyone's expression changed when they saw this scene. Obviously, no one expected Yang Liang's strength to be stronger than the silver-armored man. Although Yang Liang succeeded in repelling the silver-armored man. However, as the two of them fought, the remaining berserk energy immediately attacked Yi Hao. At the critical moment, Huang Zhong directly stood in front of Yi Hao and his aura surged. Immediately, the remaining force of the battle between Yang Liang and the silver-armored man was reduced to nothing. So strong. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but think at the same time. They all looked at Yang Liang and Huang Zhong with awe in their eyes. Obviously, they thought that the silver-armored man was the strongest in this hall. But now, it seemed that the silver-armored man was not as strong as Yang Liang and Huang Zhong. Kneel down. Seeing the silver-armored man retreat, Yang Liang slashed out a few more times. Bang! 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 The crisp sound of metal clashing continuously rang out, and the iron staff in the silver-armored man's hand became increasingly unsteady. Bang! Suddenly, a huge collision sound rang out as the silver-armored man's iron staff smashed out. Smashing into the ground, a huge crater instantly appeared. One could imagine how powerful this force was. The silver-armored man felt that his hand, which was holding the iron staff, was extremely numb at this moment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his grip on his weapon and sent it flying away. The silver-armored burly man's face turned ugly. He hadn't expected himself to be so powerful. At this moment, in the kingdom that he looked down on, he actually ran into someone stronger than him. Just as his expression turned extremely ugly, Yang Liang pounced on him and kicked him in the knee. Because he couldn't react in time, his knee couldn't withstand such a powerful force. His knees immediately went soft and he knelt on the ground. Plop! The silver-armored man's knees immediately caused a huge noise. Those who saw him knew that he was kneeling on the ground, but those who didn't see him thought that it was metal hitting the ground. Hiss! The silver-armored man knelt on the ground. Because of the violent impact, a heart-wrenching pain entered his mind. "I'm going to kill you." The burly man knelt on the ground and immediately felt that he had lost all face. He couldn't help but roar in anger. The burly man struggled to get up. "Kneel." Yang Liang also roared angrily and slapped the burly man's shoulder. Bang! The burly man was about to stand up, but after being slapped by Yang Liang, he knelt on the ground once again. When everyone saw this scene, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This person is actually so powerful. He can actually make someone from the Fire Beacon dynasty kneel. He really hid his strength well. I just said that Emperor Tianyuan isn't stupid enough to not dodge when his life is in danger. It turns out that he has nothing to fear. Look at His Highness Wei Zilong's expression. Everyone looked at Yang Liang in shock, then turned their attention to Wei Zilong. After all, the silver-armored man was Wei Zilong's subordinate. At this moment, Wei Zilong's expression became extremely gloomy. It was so gloomy that it seemed as though water was about to drip from it. The reason why he couldn't wait to lead his men to the Qianyuan Imperial Palace before the start of the challenge was to humiliate Yi Hao. But now, Yi Hao didn't succeed in humiliating him. Instead, his men were forced to kneel by Yi Hao's men. He couldn't help but wonder who was the one humiliating whom and who was the one slapping whose face. He was clearly the one who put his face in front of Yi Hao for Yi Hao to slap. Wei Zilong was furious as he looked at the kneeling silver-armored man. He really regretted it now. If he had known this would happen, he would have brought all the powerhouses into the Imperial Palace. Now, the strongest person he had brought into the Imperial Palace was the silver-armored man. However, even the large silver-armored man had been beaten to his knees. There was no need to mention how his bodyguards would fare. They could bully the weak normally, but when it came to crucial times, they wouldn't even be able to stand up against a powerhouse. This meant that even though he was about to explode with anger, he couldn't save the silver-armored man. Your Highness, this bastard dared to act rashly in front of you. I have already subdued him. Please give me instructions, Your Highness. Yang Liang said respectfully to Yi Hao after subduing the silver-armored man. When the silver-armored man heard Yang Liang's words, he couldn't help but glare angrily at Yang Liang and roar, "If you have the guts, then let me go. Let's fight another 300 rounds until we die." This was because Yang Liang had forced him to kneel on the ground and restrained him. He couldn't stand up at all. Otherwise, he would fight Yang Liang to the death even if he had to risk his life. He was not willing to suffer such a great humiliation. What right do trash like you have to fight to the death with me? Don't even talk about fighting to the death. Your life is now in the hands of His Majesty. As long as His Majesty gives the order, I'll make sure you die. Yang Liang said disdainfully when he heard the silver-armored man's clamor. You! The silver-armored man was furious when he heard Yang Liang's words. However, he had nothing to say. Chapter 11:18. Oh my God! Why is his gaze so terrifying? That gaze is simply too frightening. In that instant, I actually felt as if I was about to die. The people of the Four Kingdoms immediately panicked when Yi Hao's gaze swept past them. This Highness is here to discuss the matters of the arena matches with you. Wei Zilong forcefully expelled the trace of fear in his heart and forced himself to speak calmly. What arena battle? How come I've never heard of it? I've never heard of it either. The Qianyuan Kingdom and the Fire Beacon Kingdom have a battle. Since when did the Qianyuan Kingdom and the Fire Beacon Dynasty have an arena battle? But isn't the Qianyuan Kingdom courting death by fighting the Fire Beacon Dynasty? That's right. Although the Qianyuan Kingdom has an Artman body realm expert, it's impossible for them to be a match for the Fire Beacon Dynasty. I think the Qianyuan Kingdom must have gone mad. When the people of the Four Kingdoms heard Wei Zilong's words, they immediately started discussing. One must know that it was very normal for kingdoms to hold arena battles to promote communication between the two kingdoms. However, it was almost impossible for kingdoms and dynasties to hold an arena battle. This was because there was simply no comparison between kingdoms and dynasties. If a kingdom and a dynasty fought, it was simply asking for a beating. No kingdom would be foolish enough to do so. However, when they heard that the Qianyuan Kingdom wanted to fight the Fire Beacon Dynasty, they couldn't help but be shocked. They even suspected that Yi Hao was crazy to want to fight the Fire Beacon Dynasty. At the same time, they were also curious as to how the Qianyuan Kingdom had offended the Fire Beacon Dynasty for them to put down their dignity and fight the Qianyuan Kingdom. It must be known that some dynasties would not even bother to compete with kingdoms for the sake of their own reputation. The reason for that was because being labeled as someone who bullied the weak was simply a disgrace to one's reputation. However, the Fire Beacon Dynasty had actually put down their dignity and wanted to fight the Qianyuan Kingdom. It was obvious that the Qianyuan Kingdom had done something to offend the guards of the Fire Beacon Dynasty, which was why the Fire Beacon Dynasty was doing this. How do you want to compete? When Yi Hao heard Wei Zilong's words, he immediately asked. Tomorrow, I will set up 5 arenas in the central square of the Qianyuan Kingdom, waiting for the Qianyuan Kingdom's challenge. The kingdom that wins the most battles will be the victor. If your Qianyuan kingdom loses, my Fire Beacon Dynasty's army will annihilate your Qianyuan kingdom, leaving no survivors. If you win, we will give the Qianyuan kingdom a chance. As long as all the members of the royal family commit suicide, the Fire Beacon Dynasty will spare the citizens of the Qianyuan kingdom. When Wei Zilong heard Yi Hao's question, he immediately explained the rules. How did the Qianyuan kingdom offended the Fire Beacon Dynasty? It seems the Qianyuan kingdom is the Qianyuan kingdom. Haha, if you want to blame someone, blame it on the Qianyuan kingdom for being so reckless and actually offending the Fire Beacon Dynasty. The people of the four great kingdoms couldn't help but discuss the matter. However, most of them were gloating over the Qianyuan kingdom's misfortune. This was because the four great kingdoms had always suppressed the Qianyuan kingdom in terms of strength. But now, the four great kingdoms couldn't do anything to the Qianyuan kingdom. They had been squeezed dry by the Qianyuan kingdom and had to compensate so many things. The Qianyuan kingdom's strength was about to surpass the four great kingdoms. At this time, the Fire Beacon Dynasty actually wanted to destroy the Qianyuan kingdom. How could they not gloat over the Qianyuan kingdom's misfortune? As long as the Fire Beacon Dynasty destroyed the Qianyuan kingdom, the status and strength of the four great kingdoms wouldn't change. This would also stabilize their position in the four great kingdoms. Otherwise, they couldn't imagine what the four great kingdoms would do if they just watched the Qianyuan kingdom rise to power. Now that their worries were about to be resolved by the Fire Beacon Dynasty, they were naturally overjoyed. They believed that if they passed this news to their emperors would be overjoyed. But now, they were afraid of Yi Hao. Although they were overjoyed, they didn't dare to show it. Why don't we play a big game? Yi Hao said when he heard Wei Zilong's words. Play a big game? How? Wei Zilong was stunned when he heard Yi Hao's words. As for the others, their faces were filled with shock. They couldn't help but think, play a big game? Isn't this big enough? If the Qianyuan kingdom lost, the entire kingdom would be destroyed and everyone would be killed. Even if they won, the Qianyuan royal family wouldn't be able to escape death. He couldn't think of anything that was bigger than this. It's just to be fair. If you lose, why don't all of you stand in the arena and commit suicide? Yi Hao said to Wei Zilong. We lose. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Wei Zilong laughed when he heard Yi Hao's words. It was as if he had heard the funniest joke. Although Yang Liang and Huang Zhong had brought him quite a bit of shock. He thought that these were probably all the top experts of the Qianyuan kingdom. One had to know that when the time came, he would be setting up 5 arenas, and all of them would be Atman body-level cultivators. Even if Yang Liang and Huang Zhong won 1 battle each, the rest of his people would still be able to win 3 battles. As long as they won 3 battles, the Fire Beacon Dynasty would win this battle. Therefore, he was filled with confidence towards this battle. He thought that he would definitely win this battle. It was impossible for him to lose. All right, as you wish. If you win, we will stand in the arena and commit suicide, Wei Zilong said directly without any fear or hesitation. Your Highness, please reconsider. Don't be rash. One of Wei Zilong's confidants quickly advised. Why? Do you think they will win? Wei Zilong asked casually when he heard his confidant's words. Wei Zilong's confidant couldn't help but think that they had 5 Atman body realm experts on their side. Therefore, he immediately shook his head. He didn't try to persuade Wei Zilong anymore. Obviously, he also thought that the Fire Beacon Dynasty would win this battle. The people of the 4 great kingdoms were all aghast. Chapter 11:19. In that case, let's settle the score. Yi Hao said as he looked at Wei Zilong. Settle the score? What score? Wei Zilong was taken aback when he heard Yi Hao's words. He clearly didn't understand what Yi Hao meant. The score for trespassing on the Qianyuan Imperial Palace. Yi Hao shouted. Then, how do you want to settle the score? Wei Zilong asked Yi Hao. He had no choice but to lower his head. Men, throw these people out of the Qianyuan Imperial Palace, Yi Hao said, ignoring Wei Zilong. What did you say? How dare you? Wei Zilong flew into a rage when he heard Yi Hao's words. He was the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty. If he were to be thrown out of the imperial palace of a kingdom, he would lose all face. If word got out, the Fire Beacon dynasty's reputation would be tarnished. If he returned to the Fire Beacon dynasty, he would definitely be mocked by the other princes. Just imagining the consequences was not something he could accept. However, his words wouldn't scare Yi Hao. A group of Chenyuan Kingdom's guards rushed into the main hall. Let's see who dares to touch us. We are from the Fire Beacon dynasty. If you dare touch us, we will show no mercy. How dare a bunch of trash from a kingdom act so rashly in front of us? Wei Zilong's subordinates immediately drew their swords and threatened the Chenyuan Imperial Palace's guards. Although they weren't as strong as Huang Zhong and Yang Liang, it didn't mean that they were weaker than the Chenyuan Kingdom's guards. Therefore, they didn't take the Chenyuan Kingdom's guards seriously and threatened them directly. Tumphh, you dare to be arrogant in front of my emperor? All of you, kneel. The people who saw Wei Zilong were actually so arrogant. Wei Zilong's subordinates were so arrogant that they didn't take the Chenyuan Kingdom's guards seriously at all. Huang Zhong shouted. Following Huang Zhong's roar, Huang Zhong directed his spiritual energy towards Wei Zilong's subordinates. However, this time, the suppression of spiritual energy was much stronger than the previous one. Plop, plop, plop. This time, Wei Zilong's subordinates did not even have the strength to resist. In the blink of an eye, they all knelt on the ground. How dare you be so arrogant in my territory? Beat them to death. Yi Hao ordered. Yes. Upon receiving Yi Hao's order, the guards of the Chenyuan Kingdom could not wait any longer. One by one, they put away their weapons and started to kick and punch Wei Zilong's men. Ah! My balls. It's shattered. Can you not kick my face? My teeth. Oh, my chin. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with the wailing and howling of Wei Zilong's subordinates. Wei Zilong's subordinates were not any weaker than the guards of Chenyuan Imperial Palace. After all, no matter what, Wei Zilong was the Grand Crown Prince of the dynasty. How could his subordinates be weak? If a fight really broke out, would the guards of Chenyuan Imperial Palace be able to defeat Wei Zilong's subordinates? It was hard to say. However, under the pressure of Huang Zhong's spiritual energy, Wei Zilong's subordinates were unable to move at all. Therefore, they could not resist at all. They could only endure the kicks and punches of the guards of the Chenyuan Imperial Palace. The entire scene looked like a gang fight. Phew, this feels so good. It's been a long time since I've taught someone a lesson. Phew. I can't fight anymore. After punching and kicking for a long time, the guards of the Imperial Palace could not help but gasp for breath. They were obviously beating up Wei Zilong's subordinates. They had really given it their all. SSS, this is too cruel. His Majesty of Chenyuan is too cruel. Oh my God. Even the people of the Fire Beacon dynasty can be beaten up like this. Look at them. They are so pitiful. Seeing Wei Zilong's subordinates beaten up so badly that they did not even look human anymore, the people of the four great kingdoms could not help but gulp as they discussed. Although they were not the ones being beaten up, they knew that being unable to fight back and being beaten up was definitely not a good feeling. One must know that there was no lack of demon sovereigns and demon emperors among the people being beaten up. In the outside world, they were definitely high and mighty existences that were revered by tens of thousands of people. However, they were being beaten up right now. This was an absolute humiliation. At this moment, Wei Zilong's face was completely gloomy. His eyes were filled with anger. If anger could kill, Yi Hao would have died many times over by now. Right at this moment, Yi Hao suddenly spoke out, "Wait a moment, how can there still be one person left?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. The guards of the Chenyuan Imperial Palace immediately stopped and looked at Wei Zilong. It can't be. He can't be letting these people leave like this, right? Oh my God. This Emperor Chenyuan is indeed fearless. If Wei Zilong is beaten up, the entire Fire Beacon dynasty will probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. The people of the four great kingdoms were all shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. What are you trying to do? You bunch of ants. If you dare hit me, I will definitely make you suffer a fate worse than death. Wei Zilong saw that all the guards' gazes were on him. He couldn't help but panic a little as he tried to avoid looking at them. Wei Zilong hurriedly threatened the guards in an attempt to scare them off. When he thought about how he would end up like his guards and be beaten up so miserably, his heart couldn't help but tremble a little. He was the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty. No one had ever dared to lay a finger on him, let alone beat him up so miserably. If he was really beaten to such a state, then he, the crown prince, would probably become the greatest laughingstock of the Fire Beacon dynasty. That would also give some of Xiao Chen's rival princes an opportunity to deal with him. Beat him up. When they heard that Wei Zilong still dared to threaten them, they were furious. The guards of the Tianyuan Imperial Palace were instantly enraged. They couldn't help but shout as they all pounced on Wei Zilong. After all, they had Yi Hao behind them. They had nothing to fear. How dare you? Wei Zilong shouted angrily as he turned around to escape. Do you think you can run away? When he saw that Wei Zilong was about to escape, Huang Zhong couldn't help but sneer. The spiritual energy in his body pressed down on Wei Zilong's body. Plop. Chapter 11:20. Seeing that Wei Zilong was pushed to the ground, a group of guards immediately rushed up and started to kick and punch Wei Zilong. Although Wei Zilong was the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty, the people of the Four Kingdoms feared him. But they were not afraid of Wei Zilong. They only obeyed Yi Hao's orders. I'm going to kill all of you. You bastards dare to hit me. I want you all dead. Wei Zilong could feel the punches and kicks falling on him like raindrops. Wei Zilong screamed in pain as he was beaten. He really dared to order his men to hit His Highness Wei Zilong. Oh my God, I can't believe my eyes. The Tianyuan Kingdom is digging their own grave. Now that the Tianyuan Kingdom has beaten the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty, the Fire Beacon dynasty will definitely fight to the death with the Tianyuan Kingdom. The Tianyuan Kingdom has made an unwise choice by offending the Fire Beacon dynasty. Moreover, they have offended the Fire Beacon dynasty so thoroughly. The people of the Four Kingdoms had not expected that Yi Hao would really dare to order his men to beat Wei Zilong. But if they knew that the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty had already been killed by Yi Hao, they would be even more shocked. They looked at Wei Zilong, who was beaten to a sorry state on the ground. It was hard to imagine that this was the arrogant and lofty crown prince of the Fire Beacon Empire. That's enough. Throw everyone out. Yi Hao waved his hand when he saw that most of the people had been beaten up. Hearing Yi Hao's order, a group of guards immediately lifted the people on the ground and walked out of the hall. Wei Zilong, who was in the hands of someone, was glaring at Yi Hao viciously. He did not say anything because he knew that it would not be wise for him to say anything at this moment. If he provoked Yi Hao again and Yi Hao ordered his men to beat him up again, he would be at a great disadvantage. I must destroy the Tianyuan Kingdom. Wei Zilong gritted his teeth as he thought to himself. At this moment, his entire body was in pain, and the pain was constantly transmitted to his mind. This was definitely the greatest humiliation he had ever suffered in his entire life. Thus, at that moment, his heart was filled with hatred toward Yi Hao. Because all the humiliation she was suffering now was all thanks to Yi Hao. He had already made up his mind. When the time came, he would capture Yi Hao. He would definitely not kill Yi Hao. Because in his opinion, if he killed Yi Hao, it would be letting Yi Hao off too easily. He wanted to capture Yi Hao and torture him. He wanted to torture Yi Hao for the rest of his life and make Yi Hao wish he was dead. Hey, who are these people? How could he be thrown out of the palace? Judging from their attire, they don't seem to be from the Tianyuan Kingdom. I seem to recognize them. They seem to be the group of people who arrogantly barged into the palace. I recognized them too. I was wondering why this group of people looked so familiar. Weren't they very arrogant just now? Now that they are beaten up, why can't I see their arrogance? Wei Zilong and the others were thrown out of the palace, which immediately attracted a large crowd. A group of people looked at Wei Zilong and the others and could not help but discuss. When Wei Zilong heard the discussion around him, he immediately lowered his head in shame. If these people knew his identity, it would be so embarrassing. Your Highness, are you all right? A group of guards endured the pain. They quickly came over and helped Wei Zilong up. Your Highness, is he a prince? It seems like they are really not from the Qianyuan kingdom. Looking at the situation, I guess this group of people came to cause trouble for our emperor. In the end, they were taught a lesson by our emperor and thrown out of the palace. I wonder which country they are from. When they heard the guards call Wei Zilong Your Highness, everyone started discussing again. They were all more curious about Wei Zilong's identity. Trash, let's go. Wei Zilong really did not want to stay here for a second longer. He really did not want anyone to know his identity. Because this was simply too embarrassing. Prince of the Fire Beacon Dynasty, take care. Seeing that Wei Zilong was about to leave with his men, Huang Zhong suddenly appeared at the entrance of the palace and said directly. Yi Hao had specially instructed him to come here and say this. Wei Zilong was originally afraid that others would know his identity and wanted to leave quickly. However, Yi Hao did not let him go and even sent Huang Zhong to expose his identity. At this moment, when he heard Huang Zhong's words, he almost stumbled and fell to the ground. What? Did I hear wrongly? They are from the Fire Beacon Dynasty. Oh my God, what did I discover? People from the dynasty actually came to the Qianyuan kingdom and were beaten up by our emperor. I was wondering why they dared to barge into the palace. It turns out that they are backed by the dynasty. Wait a minute, his identity is actually the Crown Prince. His Majesty is really amazing. He actually dared to beat up the Fire Beacon Dynasty's Crown Prince and did not even give face to the dynasty. At this moment, when some of the onlookers found out that Wei Zilong was actually the Fire Beacon Dynasty's Crown Prince, they were all shocked. In the past, the Qianyuan kingdom did not dare to beat up the Crown Prince of the dynasty. They did not even dare to offend the people from the other kingdoms and were all respectful and reverent. Therefore, when the people from the other kingdoms came to the Qianyuan kingdom, the people of the Qianyuan kingdom treated them with respect and reverence. However, the people of the other kingdoms did not take them seriously and looked at them with the attitude of looking at inferior people. Therefore, as the people of the Qianyuan kingdom, they were very sullen. However, now they saw that their emperor, Yi Hao, was not even afraid of the people from the dynasty and even dared to beat up the crown prince of the dynasty. This caused their hearts to be filled with pride and pride. This was because the people of a kingdom felt sincerely proud when they saw their kingdom become stronger. At this moment, many people were filled with pride and admiration for their emperor, Yi Hao. Humph! Hearing the discussion behind him, Wei Zilong did not even turn his head. He snorted and left with a group of people. Ha ha ha! Seeing Wei Zilong leave in such a sorry state, a loud roar of laughter suddenly broke out. Hearing the laughter behind him, Wei Zilong was even more furious. Laugh all you want. Sooner or later, I will make sure that none of you can laugh. Wei Zilong thought angrily. Huang Zhong looked at Wei Zilong's back as he left in a sorry state. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, he quietly followed him. Your Majesty. The people from the four kingdoms saw Wei Zilong and the others being taken out. After a long time, they recovered from the shock. Chapter 11:21. What do you all think about this? Yi Hao looked at the people from the four great kingdoms and asked with a smile. Yi Hao could also see how much the people from the four great kingdoms had wanted Wei Zilong to kill him just now. Although the people from the four great kingdoms didn't say it out loud, that didn't mean that he couldn't see it. Since the people from the four great kingdoms thought this way, he naturally couldn't let them off easily. Although he hadn't killed these people yet, it was still good to torture them a little. At the very least, he could increase their psychological burden and make them not dare to underestimate the Qianyuan kingdom. The people from the four great kingdoms felt their hearts sink when they heard Yi Hao's question. After all, this question was too difficult to answer. If they said that Yi Hao did the right thing, they would be offending Wei Zilong and the Fire Beacon Dynasty. It would be like lending them 100 guts. They wouldn't dare offend Wei Zilong and the Fire Beacon Dynasty. However, if they said that Yi Hao did the wrong thing, they would be offending Yi Hao. Yi Hao even dared to hit Wei Zilong, the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty. They couldn't think of anything that Yi Hao wouldn't dare to do. At this moment, the miserable state of Wei Zilong and his subordinates still lingered in their minds, making them feel a lingering fear. What? You don't dare to say it? Yi Hao continued to ask softly when he saw that the people from the four great kingdoms were hesitant to speak. When they heard Yi Hao's words, the people from the four great kingdoms lowered their heads, not daring to answer Yi Hao. Impudent! Yi Hao suddenly roared. Royal aura surrounded his body and crushed the people from the four great kingdoms. Plop! 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 The people from the four great kingdoms were shocked by Yi Hao's roar. Then, they were crushed by the royal aura. They couldn't hold on any longer and knelt on the ground. What a strong royal aura! His royal aura is so strong. This sovereign aura is even stronger than my emperor's. Oh my God! Tianyuan Kingdom has unknowingly become so powerful. The four of them were forced to kneel on the ground by the sovereign aura. However, their hearts were filled with shock. That was because, without exception, they all sensed that the royal aura on Yi Hao's body was much stronger than the royal aura on the four great kingdoms' emperors. One had to know that this royal aura was a symbol of a country's strength. The stronger the imperial qi, the stronger the country. The stronger a country was, the stronger its fate would be. In the end, fate would gather in the country's imperial jade seal and be used by the emperor to form imperial qi. Now that Yi Hao was so strong, it proved that the Tianyuan kingdom had become stronger. It was even stronger than the four great kingdoms. Your Majesty, please calm down. The people from the four great kingdoms hurriedly said to Yi Hao after recovering from their shock. Their tone was full of respect for Yi Hao. They couldn't help but respect Yi Hao under the pressure of his majestic aura. According to common sense, imperial qi was stronger than martial power and spiritual power. However, at the same time, imperial qi wasn't something that anyone could control. If one wanted to control imperial qi, they had to be the emperor, the true dragon, or the son of heaven. I just want to know which side you will stand on when I declare war on the Fiery Beacon dynasty. Yi Hao asked as he looked down at the crowd. What? Declare war on the Fiery Beacon dynasty? Everyone was stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. They all looked at Yi Hao as though he was a lunatic. They realized that Yi Hao was serious and didn't seem like he was joking at all. They really couldn't understand where a kingdom had gotten the courage to declare war on the Fiery Beacon dynasty. Your Majesty, do you know how powerful the Fiery Beacon dynasty is? Your Majesty, the Fiery Beacon dynasty is so powerful that even the four great kingdoms combined wouldn't be able to contend against it. The Fiery Beacon dynasty is called a Fiery Beacon dynasty because its strength far exceeds that of a kingdom. The people of the four great kingdoms spoke one after another. Of course, they weren't reminding Yi Hao out of goodwill. They couldn't wait for the Tianyuan kingdom to be destroyed. How could they be so kind as to remind Yi Hao out of goodwill? They were just testing Yi Hao. They wanted to see if Yi Hao really had the strength to declare war on the Fiery Beacon dynasty or if he was just bragging. He was overestimating himself. At first, they had all thought that Yi Hao and Wei Zilong would be courting death if they went against the Fiery Beacon dynasty. However, when they saw Yi Hao's confident face, they somehow felt like believing that Yi Hao could deal with the Fiery Beacon dynasty. This feeling made them feel like they were going crazy. However, if Yi Hao didn't have absolute strength and confidence, how could he possibly send people to beat up Wei Zilong without any fear? Therefore, Yi Hao and the entire Tianyuan kingdom were like a dense fog in their eyes. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't see through it clearly. Therefore, they wanted to test Yi Hao. I naturally know that they are a Fiery Beacon dynasty. However, in my eyes, so what if they are a Fiery Beacon dynasty? Yi Hao chuckled when he heard what the people of the four great kingdoms said. Arrogant. Incomparably arrogant. The people of the four great kingdoms were stunned when they heard Yi Hao's words. In their opinion, Yi Hao's words were extremely arrogant. He was completely looking down on the Fiery Beacon dynasty. Could it be that the current Tianyuan kingdom really has the strength to challenge the Fiery Beacon dynasty? The people of the four great kingdoms exchanged glances as they all thought the same thing. How is it? Has everyone decided on where to stand? You must know that it is very important to choose a side. Otherwise, you might invite disaster upon yourself, Yi Hao said to the crowd. It would have been better if Yi Hao hadn't said this. Now that he had said this, the people of the four great kingdoms felt even more pressured. After all, they weren't stupid. They naturally knew that choosing a side was very important. If they stood on the right side, it would be helpful to their faction in the future. However, if they stood on the wrong side, it might really bring disaster upon their faction. However, which side to stand on was undoubtedly a difficult choice for them. In the past, they would have stood on the Fiery Beacon Dynasty's side without a doubt. After all, even a fool would know that a Fiery Beacon Dynasty was much stronger than a kingdom. Thus, they would definitely stand on the stronger side. However, when they saw how confident Yi Hao was, they actually couldn't make up their minds right away. Chapter 11:22. Upon hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone was even more at a loss for what to do. They couldn't help but wonder if the Qianyuan kingdom already had the power to deal with the Fiery Beacon Dynasty and the four great kingdoms. Otherwise, why wouldn't Yi Hao try his best to rope them in? Why would he push them away instead? Could Yi Hao be trying to take advantage of this opportunity to wipe out the Fiery Beacon Dynasty and the four great kingdoms? However, this was something that even an ordinary dynasty couldn't do. Could Yi Hao's kingdom do it? Alright, where is your compensation? Yi Hao glanced at everyone and returned to the main topic. Actually, the reason he had said so much previously wasn't because he wanted to pull the four great kingdoms to his side. His goal was to make sure that the four great kingdoms wouldn't stand on the Fiery Beacon Dynasty's side when he went to war with them. Otherwise, if he really had to go against the four great kingdoms and the Fiery Beacon Dynasty, the pressure on him would be immense. For some reason, the people of the four great kingdoms heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Yi Hao ask them to compensate for their resources. They had really been worried that Yi Hao would force them to declare which side they would stand on. Fortunately, Yi Hao hadn't forced them to do so. Your Majesty, these are the resources we have to compensate you with. Please check them. The people of the four great kingdoms took out all the resources they had stored away. One of Yi Hao's eunuchs hurried over to the people of the four great kingdoms and took all the rings. Your Majesty. The eunuchs took all the space rings and handed them over to Yi Hao respectfully. Yi Hao put them away immediately. He didn't check all the space rings, as he believed that the four great kingdoms wouldn't lie to him. After all, the emperors of the four great kingdoms wouldn't take their lives lightly. Since the compensation has been paid, you may all leave with your people. I still have matters to attend to, so I won't be seeing you off. Yi Hao turned around and left without waiting for the people of the four great kingdoms to speak. Farewell, Your Majesty. The people of the four great kingdoms said in unison. Only when the people from the four great kingdoms were left in the hall did everyone let out a sigh of relief. Your Highness, what should we do now? At this moment, the people of the Yangkang kingdom all looked at the South Protecting King and asked. It was obvious that the Zhennan king had the highest status among the people from the Yangkang kingdom present. When the South Protecting King saw that everyone from the Yangkang kingdom was looking at him, he fell into deep thought. We'll make a decision after their battle in the arena is over, Zhennan Wang said after thinking for a moment. Your Highness is right. The people sent by the Fire Beacon Dynasty won't be weak. This is a good opportunity for us to see the strength of the Qianyuan kingdom. Yes. If Qianyuan loses, then we don't have to be afraid of Qianyuan kingdom. If Qianyuan kingdom wins, then we have to reconsider. However, I reckon that the Qianyuan kingdom shouldn't be a match for the Fire Beacon Dynasty. After all, the Fire Beacon Dynasty's foundation is there. Wei Zilong also came prepared. He must have made ample preparations. However, the Qianyuan kingdom actually has 2 Atman body realm experts. This is beyond our expectations. I didn't expect the Qianyuan kingdom to be so strong. I really don't know where that Emperor Qianyuan came from. He actually has so many experts under him. 2 Atman body realm cultivators, I guess that's already the limit of the Qianyuan kingdom. It's indeed impressive for a kingdom to have Atman body realm cultivators, But compared to an empire, 2 Atman body realm cultivators are nothing. In an instant, everyone started discussing. It wasn't just the Yang Kang kingdom. The other kingdoms also joined in the discussion. However, it was obvious that most of them didn't have high hopes for the Qianyuan kingdom. After all, the strength of the Fire Beacon dynasty was deeply ingrained in their hearts. Although Yi Hao had shocked them, they didn't think that the Qianyuan kingdom could really defeat the Fire Beacon dynasty. There's no need to talk too much. When the time comes for the battle, we'll know, the South Protecting King said. Hearing the South Protecting King's words, everyone nodded their heads. Obviously, they agreed with the South Protecting King's words. Whether the Qianyuan kingdom could really compete with the Fire Beacon dynasty, the battle would undoubtedly be the best proof. If the Qianyuan kingdom lost the battle, the Fire Beacon dynasty would definitely win. It would also prove that the Qianyuan kingdom wasn't as strong as the Fire Beacon dynasty. After the group of people finished their discussion, they all left the main hall. Your Highness, what happened to you? Didn't you go to the Qianyuan palace? How did you get injured like this? Who has the guts to hit your highness? How did you guys protect his highness? Wei Zilong's body was covered in wounds. He returned to his room in anger. A group of people quickly came out to welcome him. When they saw the wounds on Wei Zilong's body, they were all shocked. Then, they quickly asked him worriedly. After all, Wei Zilong's status was extraordinary. If Wei Zilong was injured, it would mean that they didn't protect him well. If they returned to the Fire Beacon dynasty and the emperor punished them for this matter, they wouldn't feel good. Feng Wu, you are a level 8 Atman body realm warrior. Who beat you up like this? Immediately after, everyone looked at the silver-armored large man. They originally wanted to blame the silver-armored large man for not protecting Wei Zilong. However, they realized that the silver-armored man's condition wasn't any better than Wei Zilong's. The silver-armored man's face now looked like a swollen pig's head. If it wasn't for the silver-armored man's armor, no one would have recognized him. Therefore, everyone was slightly taken aback, because they knew the silver-armored man's strength very well. He was a level 8 Atman body realm warrior. He was considered one of the best among the warriors of the same level. They didn't expect that there would be someone in the small Qianyuan kingdom who could beat Feng Wu up like this. They couldn't help but be shocked. That bastard, I will make him suffer. Wei Zilong shouted angrily and was about to sit on the chair. Hiss. Then, Wei Zilong sucked in a breath of cold air. Because of the pain all over his body, even sitting down was a torture. Your Highness, what happened? Seeing Wei Zilong's angry look, everyone quickly asked again. Why aren't you letting that damned emperor of a small kingdom? That bastard, how dare he beat me up? Wei Zilong said angrily. After all, this was a great humiliation to him. He had never been humiliated like this in his life. Chapter 1123. HTTP status 500-160 / R-type exception report / remessage 160 / redescription these have encountered an internalorotha preventi dit from fulfilling this request. / exception 8, YYYYY, 2, / wrote the full stack Apache. Chapter 1124. She had thought that the long sword would be an Atman body realm weapon. However, she did not expect the long sword to be so powerful. It was a spiritual martial realm weapon. You are a sword user. Go down and practice with the sword. Yi Hao said to Sun Shangxiang. He believed in Sun Shangxiang. Although she did not take the spiritual martial realm level up elixir to raise her cultivation to the spiritual martial realm. But with this long sword, she could definitely be compared to a spiritual martial realm warrior. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sun Shangxiang bowed to Xia Haoshuan again. Then, she took the long sword and was about to leave. Boom. At this moment, Yang Liang's aura suddenly surged. The surrounding spiritual energy crazily rushed into his body. Boom. Boom. At the same time, Guan Yu and Huang Zhong's aura also surged. They started to crazily absorb the spiritual energy around them. For a moment, They looked like they were fighting for the spiritual energy. It requires so much spiritual energy. Sun Shangxiang was shocked when she saw the three of them crazily absorbing the spiritual energy. This was definitely more than the amount of spiritual energy she needed to reach the 10th level from the 9th level of the Atman body realm. Your Majesty. Sun Shangxiang could not help but look at Yi Hao anxiously. According to the way the three of them were fighting for and absorbing the spiritual energy, they would definitely not have enough spiritual energy. Although the spiritual martial realm level-up elixir might not affect their breakthrough, it would definitely affect their foundation and achievements in the future. After all, the more spiritual energy they absorbed, the better it would be for them. No hurry. Seeing Sun Shangxiang's reaction, Yi Hao could not help but smile. He had already prepared for the spiritual energy. Yi Hao took out a space ring, and several piles of spirit coins were piled up in the hall like a small mountain. So many spirit coins. Sun Shangxiang swallowed her saliva when she saw Yi Hao take out so many spirit coins. This was because if he took out so many spirit coins, countless people would be jealous. At this moment, a suction force appeared on the bodies of the three people. It was madly rushing towards the spirit coins. Spiritual chi gushed out crazily from the piles of spirit coins and was absorbed by the three of them. All of a sudden, countless spirit coins, which were piled up like small mountains, turned into dust in an instant. This was because the spiritual energy had been sucked away. The three of them absorbed the spiritual chi for a full quarter of an hour, and the amount of spiritual coins they absorbed was in the hundreds of thousands. An ordinary spiritualist would not be able to take out so many spirit coins. Even a spiritualist who had so many spirit coins would feel heartache if he spent so many spirit coins. Fortunately, the spirit coins that Yi Hao obtained were all from the 4 great kingdoms. Although there was a lot of spirit coins, he didn't feel the pinch at all. Thank you, Your Majesty, for allowing us to break through so smoothly. Your Majesty, the first level of the spirit martial realm is much stronger than the 10th level of the Atman body realm. Such a strong power, it's awesome. Thank you, Your Majesty. After Yang Liang, Guan Yu, and Huang Zhong broke through, they quickly said excitedly, "Congratulations to the three of you." Seeing that the three of them had broken through, Sun Shangxiang also congratulated the three of them. When the three of them heard Sun Shangxiang's congratulatory words, they didn't know what to say for a moment. This was because the three of them had all broken through with the spirit martial realm level-up elixir. On the other hand, Sun Shangxiang had not broken through with the spirit martial realm level-up elixir. Therefore, when they looked at Sun Shangxiang, they felt very embarrassed. Everyone, please take a look. Seeing the expressions of the three of them, Sun Shangxiang knew what they were thinking. Therefore, Sun Shangxiang smiled and took out his long sword. This sword is so powerful. Such a powerful sword, could it be a weapon of the spirit martial realm? Martial Sun, where did you get such a powerful sword? When the three of them saw the long sword in Sun Shangxiang's hand, they all revealed looks of envy. This sword was bestowed by Your Majesty. Sun Shangxiang looked at the three of them and revealed a look of envy. He was also very satisfied in his heart. At the beginning, when she saw the three of them obtain the spirit martial realm level-up elixir and consume it, she was also very envious. Congratulations, Martial Sun, for obtaining such a powerful long sword. Congratulations, Martial Sun. Martial Sun has always been a swordsman. Now that you have obtained such a powerful long sword, your strength will definitely increase greatly. I reckon that you won't be any weaker than us. When the three of them saw Sun Shangxiang obtain the long sword, although they were envious, they also sincerely congratulated him. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. After all, if they were the only ones who had benefited and Sun Shangxiang did not, it would make them feel a little uncomfortable. At the very least, it looked like everyone had benefited. Your Majesty, the Fire Beacon Dynasty has sent 5 people to fight, but we only have 4 people here. What should we do if we have one less person? Yang Liang looked at Yi Hao and asked, "Do you have any suggestions?" When Yi Hao heard Yi Hao's words, he also directly asked. One must know that Yang Liang's problem was the problem that he was currently facing. Because he really did not have anyone that he could use. If either Zhao Yun or Ran Minute were to come back, He obviously did not need to think so much. After all, the two of them were existences of level 10 Artman body realm. Using them to deal with Wei Zilong's people would probably be a piece of cake. However, Zhao Yun and Ran Minute were at the most crucial moment of conquering the Flowing Cloud Kingdom. If Zhao Yun or Ran Minute were to come back at this time, it would definitely affect the overall situation. Therefore, Zhao Yun and Ran Minute absolutely could not be moved. Moreover, even if they were to move now, it would be too late for them to come back. Your Majesty, with the four of us here, winning 4 rounds won't be a problem. As long as we win 4 rounds, we will be victorious. I think we can just send any one of us. That's right, Your Majesty. Even if the person we send concedes, we can still win 4 rounds and obtain victory. Your Majesty, I also suggest that we send any one of us to participate in the competition. Indeed, we can do that. When the 4 of them heard Yi Hao's question, they all spoke up. Each of them was obviously full of confidence in their own strength. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to ask Yi Hao to send any one of them to participate in the competition. Asking Yi Hao to send any one of them was equivalent to asking Yi Hao to forfeit a victory. If 2 of them were to lose, the Fire Beacon dynasty would win the competition. However, they had never thought that they would lose. In their opinion, the 4 of them would definitely win 4 rounds. Haha, you are indeed my people. How arrogant. When Yi Hao heard the 4 of them, he immediately laughed. Chapter 11:25. Just pick anyone to participate. Yi Hao couldn't find anyone, so he decided. Yes, Your Majesty. The 4 of them were delighted when they heard Yi Hao's decision. Yi Hao's decision proved that Yi Hao believed in their abilities. The next morning, the square in the center of Tianyuan Royal City was already packed with people. Everyone knew about the battle between Tianyuan Kingdom and Fire Beacon Kingdom, as well as the content of the battle. This battle concerned the life and death of Tianyuan Kingdom. Naturally, everyone was concerned. There was a huge battle stage in the center of the square. Around the arena, there were also some simple spectator seats placed around the arena. Those spectator seats were naturally meant for those with status. Although the spectator seats and the battle stage looked simple, it was already impressive that they could be made into such a state in just one night. His Majesty has arrived. At this moment, a dragon carriage arrived. Thousands of royal guards surrounded the dragon carriage. Yi Hao was wearing a purplish gold dragon robe and a purplish gold crown. He sat in the dragon carriage. Although he didn't move at all, he gave off an oppressive aura. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! In an instant, the surrounding spectators knelt down and bowed. Their cheers were as loud as a tsunami. One had to know that Yi Hao had killed Hong Wudao in the imperial city and saved countless people. Yi Hao had a very high image in the hearts of the citizens. Yi Hao walked down from the dragon carriage and walked to the highest point of the spectator seats. There was already a golden dragon throne there. Yi Hao scanned the crowd. He waved his right hand and said, "You may rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Hearing Yi Hao's words, everyone bowed respectfully. "Everyone, please take your seats." Yi Hao looked at the ministers and people from other factions and said. Hearing Yi Hao's order, some of the people with status found a good place to sit. "Where are the people from the Fire Beacon dynasty?" After everyone was seated, Yi Hao noticed that Wei Zilong did not bring anyone with him, so he could not help but ask. "Your Majesty, they haven't appeared yet. Should we send someone to take a look?" A eunuch looked at Yi Hao and asked respectfully. "No need." Yi Hao waved his hand. He knew that Wei Zilong was doing this on purpose to make him wait for him. Yi Hao guessed that Wei Zilong might be hiding in the crowd right now. What's going on? Why don't I see anyone from the Fire Beacon dynasty? How arrogant. They actually made His Majesty wait for them. I think they did it on purpose. The people of the Fire Beacon dynasty are really thinking about how to humiliate my emperor. Isn't this the competition they proposed? Now, they're actually causing trouble again. Sigh, how long do I have to wait? The crowd waited for a while and realized that Wei Zilong and the others still had not appeared. They all grumbled unhappily. It seems that the Fire Beacon dynasty is only SOSO. Especially that bullshit crown prince. He probably didn't dare to come after being taught a lesson by me. He must have run away in the middle of the night because he felt embarrassed, Yi Hao suddenly said. Yi Hao's voice was mixed with martial Dao strength and power. It was not weak at all. It instantly resounded through the entire square and entered everyone's ears. Shameless boasting. Don't try to humiliate me. Just as Yi Hao finished speaking, a voice suddenly exploded from the crowd. Wei Zilong, who was originally wearing ordinary clothes, suddenly took them off in anger, revealing the gorgeous clothes underneath. Wei Zilong had indeed made up his mind to not come out for a while and wait for Yi Hao to dry out. However, he had not expected Yi Hao to say such words. He was instantly infuriated. He could not bear it and could only stand out. Hey, who is he? Could he be the Fire Beacon dynasty's crown prince? But why is he wearing those clothes and hiding in the crowd? I don't know what he's thinking about. When everyone heard Wei Zilong's shout, they all looked at Wei Zilong at the same time. However, most of their eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. They wanted to see what the crown prince of the empire, whose name was like thunder, looked like. Hey, he seems to be even older than His Majesty. Hey, there are many bruises on his face. Yesterday, I heard that the Fire Beacon dynasty's crown prince was taught a lesson by His Majesty. It seems to be true now. Oh my God, is this true? His Majesty taught the crown prince a lesson. His Majesty is too powerful. I didn't expect His Majesty to teach the crown prince a lesson. The crowd could not help but discuss when they saw the injuries on Wei Zilong's face. Although Wei Zilong had consumed many elixirs and the injuries on his body had basically healed. However, there were still some marks and bruises on his face that had not completely disappeared. Wei Zilong heard the discussions around him. That made him even angrier. His original plan was to make everyone, especially Yi Hao, wait impatiently so that he would appear at the crucial moment. That way, he would definitely become the center of attention. At that time, he would send out the 5 experts that he had brought with him to crush Yi Hao's men. At that time, he would definitely become famous once again. All of this was originally a perfect plan. However, who would have thought that Yi Hao would ruin it all of a sudden? This made him embarrassed and angry, and he had to listen to the discussions around him. Therefore, when he heard the discussions around him, he could not help but think of the scene where he was beaten up yesterday. This made him even angrier. Wei Zilong's face was filled with anger as he led the crowd toward the spectators' seats. Why did you let me sit here? Wei Zilong walked to the spectators' seats and looked at the empty seats below Yi Hao. Obviously, those were their seats. If he sat in those seats, it would naturally show that his status was lower than Yi Hao's. This made him very unhappy. In his opinion, as the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty, even if he could not sit on the throne now, he should be able to sit at the same level as Yi Hao. At the very least, he should be able to sit at the same level as Yi Hao. Only then would he be able to live up to his status. Therefore, Wei Zilong did not stand on ceremony as he looked at Yi Hao and asked directly, "What kind of tone is he using to speak to my emperor? This is outrageous. How dare he speak to my emperor like that? This is normal. After all, he is the crown prince of the dynasty. He speaks to His Majesty like that because he has the confidence." Chapter 11:26. Therefore, the citizens of Chenyuan Kingdom were very unhappy when they saw Wei Zilong's attitude towards Yi Hao. Why aren't you sitting down? Yi Hao looked at Wei Zilong when he heard what Wei Zilong said. Men, take the chair away, Yi Hao said before Wei Zilong could say anything. You. Wei Zilong was furious when he heard what Yi Hao said. Yi Hao did not give him any face at all. Wei Zilong flung his sleeves and sat down. What a joke. If he did not sit down, the chair would be taken away. He could not just stand there and watch the fight. Bastard, I'll teach you a lesson soon. Wei Zilong clenched his fists and thought angrily to Yi Hao. Ha ha ha. No one expected Yi Hao to not give Wei Zilong any face. They were angry at Wei Zilong for being so arrogant. However, they did not expect Wei Zilong to be defeated so quickly. They all burst out laughing. Let the competition begin. Each side will send one person. Wei Zilong's expression changed again and again. Hearing the unscrupulous whispers around him, his face turned ashen. Wei Zilong tried his best to calm down the anger in his heart as he spoke. "All right, Wang Jin, you go," Yi Hao said to one of his generals when he heard what Wei Zilong said. This general was a demon overlord who was recruited by Tianyuan Kingdom. He used to be a rogue cultivator, but now he was under Yi Hao's command. His cultivation level was also raised to level 2 Atman body realm by Yi Hao's elixir. He was quite strong. Wang Jin's cultivation level was greatly increased by Yi Hao's elixir. He trusted Yi Hao very much and his loyalty to Yi Hao was at its peak. Wang Jin knew that if it was not for Yi Hao, he would not be able to break through to Atman body realm in his lifetime. "Yes, Your Majesty." Wang Jin stood on the stage when he heard Yi Hao's words. "Who is Wang Jin? I've never heard of anything good. Someone sent by His Majesty to fight against the Fire Beacon dynasty must be quite strong. It seems like Wang Jin is an expert whom His Majesty has just subdued. I wonder what his cultivation is." Many people looked at the burly Wang Jin standing on the stage and couldn't help but discuss. However, the majority of them had never heard of Wang Jin's name. "I am Wang Jin of the Tianyuan Kingdom, a member of the Fire Beacon dynasty. Who dares fight me?" Wang Jin stood in the arena. He knew that this was a good opportunity for him to become famous. Moreover, he also wanted to perform well in front of Yi Hao. Therefore, Wang Jin did not keep a low profile at all. Standing on the arena, he directly unleashed his cultivation and shouted, "Oh my God, this general is so powerful. I didn't expect this general to have such a cultivation level even though I've never heard of him. This general's cultivation is probably at least a spiritualist." Originally, there were still quite a few people who doubted Wang Jin's strength. However, when they saw the aura Wang Jin was emitting, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Then, their faces were filled with excitement. "Hiss, another Atman body realm expert. How is it possible that the Tianyuan Kingdom has so many Atman body realm experts? Since when did the Tianyuan Kingdom become so strong? They have so many Atman body realm experts." At this moment, the people from the 4 kingdoms were looking at Wang Jin with a shocked expression. They couldn't help but take in a deep breath. Obviously, they thought that Yi Hao would send Yang Liang or Huang Zhong. Because in their opinion, Yi Hao's subordinates were probably only those 2 Atman body realm experts. However, they didn't expect that Wang Jin would also be an Atman body realm expert. This meant that Yi Hao had 3 Atman body realm experts under his command. Thinking of this, their hearts were no doubt even more shocked. "I didn't expect there to be another Atman body realm expert." Wei Zilong was slightly surprised when he saw Wang Jin's aura. Obviously, Wei Zilong also didn't expect Yi Hao to have another Atman body realm expert. However, after seeing Wei Zilong's cultivation, Wei Zilong's face fell. This was because he brought 5 Atman body realm experts with him. No matter who it was, they were all much stronger than Wang Jin. "Which one of you will go?" Wei Zilong looked at the 5 Atman body realm experts he brought with him. "This person is too weak. I'm too lazy to fight him. Such a weak piece of trash, how dare he stand out? Sigh, it seems like the Tianyuan Kingdom really has no one we can use. Feng Wu, why don't you do it?" Immediately, 4 Atman body realm experts looked at Wang Jin with disdain. Obviously, they didn't put Wang Jin in their eyes and couldn't be bothered to fight him. "You're all courting death." Wang Jin didn't expect that the people of the Fire Beacon dynasty would dare to ignore him. This naturally infuriated Wang Jin. It wasn't easy for him to break through to the 2nd level of the Atman body realm, so he could show off and make a name for himself. However, who knew that he would be ignored before the battle even started? To him, this was simply the greatest humiliation. "Your Highness, Feng Wu also wanted to refuse. Although he was beaten up by Yang Liang yesterday, it didn't mean that he didn't have pride. Therefore, he couldn't be bothered to fight Wang Jin. Feng Wu, go ahead, don't disappoint me, Wei Zilong said without waiting for Feng Wu to refuse. Yes, Your Highness. Hearing Wei Zilong's words, Feng Wu had no choice but to agree. Then I'll let you wash away my shame, Feng Wu shouted. Thinking of the scene where he was slapped yesterday, he was even more furious. Therefore, when Feng Wu saw Wang Jin, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He looked at Wang Jin as if he was looking at a dead man. Obviously, at this moment, he saw Wang Jin as Yang Liang. Go to hell. Feng Wu clenched his fists and rushed towards Wang Jin. Good, you're the one who's going to die. Seeing Feng Wu rushing towards him, Wang Jin didn't show any fear. Instead, he was excited. Seeing Wang Jin's expression, Yi Hao frowned. The reason for that was because he had instructed Wang Jin from the very beginning that no matter who he encountered, he was not to fight against them. Instead, he was to directly admit defeat. This was because he had some understanding of the Atman body realm cultivators that Wei Zilong had brought. They were definitely not people that Wang Jin, a mere second-level Atman body realm cultivator, could deal with. He had sent Wang Jin out to make up the number of people, but only sending a demon emperor would damage the reputation of the Qianyuan kingdom. Therefore, for the reputation of the Qianyuan kingdom, he had raised Wang Jin's cultivation. Although a second-level Atman body realm cultivator wasn't enough in front of the people that Wei Zilong had brought. But in the kingdom, he was still considered a strong cultivator, so it would be useful to keep him. Chapter 11:27. Looking at the excited Wang Jin in the ring, Wei Zilong had a mocking expression on his face. Boom! Their fists collided with each other. Feng Wu stood where he was and did not move at all. On the other hand, Wang Jin was like a kite with a broken string as he flew out at high speed. Boom! Wang Jin directly smashed into the ground. A huge crater instantly appeared on the ground. Hiss! At this moment, everyone could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. One had to know that Wang Jin was a level 2 Atman body warrior. In the eyes of many, the aura that Wang Jin released just now was enough to make him the god of war of the Qianyuan kingdom. However, Wang Jin had been instantly killed with a single move. This meant that the two of them were simply not on the same level at all. Therefore, everyone looked at Feng Wu with reverence, because Feng Wu was too powerful. At this moment, a Qianyuan kingdom guard ran to Wang Jin to check. Then, the guard looked at Yi Hao and shook his head at Yi Hao. This meant that Wang Jin could not be saved. Ha ha ha, Qianyuan kingdom is full of trash. They can't even take a beating. After killing Wang Jin, Yi Hao felt everyone looking at him in awe. Feng Wu finally felt that he had vented his anger. After all, he was beaten up yesterday and was ridiculed. This made him angry and aggrieved. Therefore, he prepared for a day to get back at them. Thus, he immediately unleashed all of his strength to kill Wang Jin right from the start. He wanted to embarrass Yi Hao. At this moment, Yi Hao's expression was somewhat displeased. Even though this Wang Jin did not listen to his advice and deserved to die, Yi Hao's face was filled with displeasure. However, he was killed by someone from the Fire Beacon dynasty. Looking at Feng Wu's arrogant face, how could he not be angry? Ha ha, Qianyuan kingdom is too weak. At this moment, Wei Zilong sneered. Your Highness, is there a need to think about it? It's just a small kingdom. It's no match for our Fire Beacon dynasty. Yes, don't worry. We can destroy Qianyuan kingdom. Hearing Wei Zilong's words, a group of people hurriedly flattered him. It was as if they had ignored Yi Hao and did not put him in their eyes at all. Preposterous. These people are too arrogant. Aren't they humiliating Qianyuan kingdom and His Majesty? These people are too despicable and too arrogant. This is a blatant provocation. Hearing Feng Wu and Wei Zilong's words, many citizens of Qianyuan kingdom started to discuss with dissatisfaction. At the same time, many of them were worried. Seeing how powerful Feng Wu was, they were worried for Qianyuan kingdom and Yi Hao. If Wei Zilong's men were all so powerful, Qianyuan kingdom would not be able to deal with Wei Zilong. That would mean that the Qianyuan kingdom would lose for sure. If Qianyuan Kingdom was defeated, Qianyuan Kingdom would be. Therefore, the atmosphere in the Qianyuan Kingdom became increasingly gloomy. I didn't expect Qianyuan Kingdom to have such a bad start. That's a level 2 Atman body realm cultivator. It's such a waste to kill him. A dynasty is indeed a dynasty. They are really powerful. Our kingdom has an Atman body realm cultivator who is respected by thousands of people. However, he was killed instantly. Looks like Qianyuan Kingdom will have to send Yang Liang or Huang Zhong. There are 5 rounds. Even if Yang Liang and Huang Zhong win, Qianyuan Kingdom will still lose if they lose the other rounds. Moreover, the Fire Beacon dynasty might have just arrived. There are people who are on par with Yang Liang and Huang Zhong. The people from the 4 great kingdoms were also in the spectator stands at this moment, and they were all discussing this. You are courting death. How dare you be so arrogant in Qianyuan Kingdom? Do you dare to fight with me? Right at this moment, Yang Liang suddenly stood out and looked directly at Feng Wu as he shouted explosively. Seeing Yang Liang's gaze, Feng Wu's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively avoided Yang Liang's gaze. This was because Feng Wu knew that he was no match for Yang Liang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten up by Yang Liang yesterday. Hence, he didn't dare to fight with Yang Liang. Who is this general? I didn't expect the Fire Beacon dynasty to be so powerful. Even this general dares to stand out. Could it be that this general has the strength to fight against the Fire Beacon dynasty? I'm not sure. However, to be able to stand out at this moment, it doesn't matter if he has the strength or not. He's still a man. The citizens of the Qianyuan Kingdom, who were originally in low spirits, looked at Yang Liang, who had suddenly stepped forward. They couldn't help but look at Yang Liang with admiration. As expected, they sent Yang Liang. Seeing Yang Liang stand out, the people of the 4 kingdoms revealed an as-expected expression. The rules of the competition are that each person can only fight 1 round. Although I would like to fight with you, I can't break the rules. Feng Wu said. He looked like he was following the rules. Although he knew that he wasn't as good as Yang Liang, he couldn't show any weakness in front of so many people. If he showed any weakness, it would be a disgrace to the Fire Beacon dynasty. Wei Zilong definitely wouldn't let him off easily. You're just a loser, yet you speak so righteously. Does your face still hurt? Yang Liang sneered when he heard Feng Wu's words. You. Don't go too far. Feng Wu hadn't expected Yang Liang to rub salt into his wounds. This was the greatest humiliation of his life. Being slapped in the face while kneeling was a sullen thought. However, he couldn't beat Yang Liang. Hence, he could only glare at Yang Liang furiously. What did he say? He said that he was going too far. Did I hear wrongly? He's so powerful and arrogant. How could he say that he was going too far? No, look. There seems to be a palm print on his face. Just now, that general asked if your face still hurt. Could it be that the general hit you? That can't be. The people of the Fire Beacon dynasty are so powerful. How strong would the person who slapped him be? When the citizens of Qianyuan Kingdom heard Feng Wu's words, they began to analyze the situation with shock. Enough. Wei Zilong was extremely displeased to see that Feng Wu had been frightened by Yang Liang. He directly opened his mouth and roared, "Enough." Hearing Wei Zilong's roar, everyone turned their gazes back to Wei Zilong. You dog, don't be too arrogant. Arrogance comes with a price. Wei Zilong narrowed his eyes at Yang Liang. Chapter 11:28. You're asking for it. Hearing Yang Liang's words, Wei Zilong was enraged. He did not expect Yang Liang to be so reckless and not give him any face. One had to know that there were so many people here. If they didn't give him face, it would be like slapping his face. Your Highness, please calm down. Let me deal with him. At this moment, an old man behind Wei Zilong suddenly stood up. I want you to kill him, Wei Zilong said in a low voice. Don't worry, Your Highness. The old man nodded. Dog, how dare you be so arrogant in front of His Highness? Do you dare to fight me in the arena? The old man took out his weapon and jumped into the arena. The reason why the old man took out his weapon was because of Wei Zilong. That was also because he had heard of Yang Liang's strength, so he had to be cautious. That was because he had promised Wei Zilong that he would kill Yang Liang. How could he possibly be careless? He's just an old dog. Why wouldn't I dare? Hearing the old man's words, Yang Liang also jumped into the arena. Feng Wu looked at the two people in the arena and tactfully left the arena in a hurry. Let the battle begin. At this moment, a voice rang out. Ha! The old man roared. The spiritual energy in his body surged as he activated his spiritual technique and attacked Yang Liang. The old man's spiritual energy was very strong. His cultivation. His at least at level 10 Atman body realm. Oh my god, level 10 Atman body realm. He's only one step away from the spiritual martial realm. Looking at his spiritual energy, I can tell that he has been at level 10 Atman body realm for a long time. If that's the case, Yang Liang is probably not his match. Seeing the old man attack, the people from the four great kingdoms were shocked. Looking at the old man attacking him, Yang Liang's lips curled into a disdainful smile. If he did not take the elixir that Yi Hao gave him, he would not have broken through to the spiritual martial realm. He might have really thought highly of the old man. But now that he had broken through to the spiritual martial realm, the old man was strong, but he was no match for him. Therefore, although Yang Liang was holding a broadsword, he stood still in the same spot. General, why are you still standing there? General, hurry up and make a move. If you don't, it'll be too late. What the hell is going on? The citizens of the Qianyuan kingdom felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw the old man's aura. When they saw Yang Liang standing there motionlessly, they immediately panicked. Haha, this idiot can't have been scared silly, right? He's actually not moving at all. Wei Zilong looked at Yang Liang, who stood motionless. He was stunned for a moment before he opened his mouth to mock him. Your Highness, this dog is only SOSO. He's just courting death. How is this courting death? He's just standing there without moving. He's simply courting death. And here I thought that this dog really had some skills. Hearing Wei Zilong's words, the people behind Wei Zilong looked at Yang Liang as though they were looking at an idiot. The old man standing on the stage was one of the strongest Atman body cultivators among the 5 of them. Furthermore, he had been at the peak of the 10th level of Atman body realm for a long time. Among the Atman body realm cultivators, he was almost invincible. However, Yang Liang actually remained motionless under his attack. If this wasn't seeking his own death, then what was? What's going on? Why is Yang Liang not moving at all? What's going on? The people of the 4 kingdoms were also puzzled as they looked at Yang Liang, who was still standing in the same spot. The old man was indeed powerful, but they had also seen Yang Liang's strength. He was also very strong. Therefore, no matter what, Yang Liang couldn't possibly be frightened and remain motionless. At that moment, everyone present was looking at Yang Liang in confusion. Dog, you're courting your own death. The old man's lips curled up into a relaxed smile. He didn't expect Yang Liang to be frightened by him and remain motionless. He could kill Yang Liang so easily, which would definitely make Wei Zilong very happy. In the old man's smile, the weapon in the old man's hand was infused with spiritual energy as it ruthlessly crushed towards Yang Liang. If it was an ordinary person, they would definitely die under this attack. There was no hope of escaping. You've had enough fun, Yang Liang suddenly said. What? Everyone was stunned when they heard Yang Liang's words. Then, they were shocked. They didn't expect Yang Liang to dare to say that his opponent was playing under such a powerful attack. Was he being arrogant, or was he being too confident in his own strength? You're courting death. Hearing Yang Liang's words, the old man received the greatest provocation. The spiritual energy in the weapon increased by a few more points. Have you experienced despair before? Seeing the old man's anger, Yang Liang remained motionless and asked with a smile. The old man ignored Yang Liang. He only wanted to kill Yang Liang now. What is he trying to do? Everyone looked at Yang Liang, who was still so calm at this moment. They were even more puzzled. Now, Yang Liang suddenly roared. Then, the sword in his hand moved and the spiritual energy in his body started to surge rapidly. Boom! The two weapons had not collided, but the spiritual energy of the two had already collided. When the spiritual energy collided, there was a loud roar. Gulp, so strong. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and swallowed their saliva at the same time. The general has made his move. The general's aura is so strong too. He's too strong. When the citizens of Chenyuan Kingdom saw Yang Liang making his move, they were all excited. They were really worried that Yang Liang would be killed by the old man if he didn't make his move. This was related to the honor of Chenyuan Kingdom and the survival of Chenyuan Kingdom. How could they not be worried? When they saw Yang Liang making his move, and the spiritual energy in his body didn't lose to the old man's, they saw a glimmer of hope for Yang Liang's victory. Immediately, the citizens of Chenyuan Kingdom started to get nervous. They didn't dare to blink their eyes as they watched the battle on the stage. Yang Liang is so strong. His aura doesn't lose to the people of Fire Beacon Dynasty. Could Yang Liang be a level 10 Atman body realm cultivator? Oh my god, how did the Emperor of Chenyuan Kingdom do it? He actually has a level 10 Atman body realm cultivator as his subordinate. This battle is going to be interesting. It's hard to say who will win this time. The citizens of the four kingdoms were also shocked as they looked at the stage. They knew that Yang Liang was strong, but they didn't dare to think that Yang Liang was a level 10 Atman body realm cultivator. Hiss, this dog is really strong. Chapter 1129. How is this possible? The old man's heart sank. The reason for that was because he could sense that the power that Yang Liang was emitting was not any weaker than his. He was shocked. He thought that Yang Liang was strong, but he estimated that he was only at rank 8 or 9 Atman body realm. Even rank 10 Atman body realm should not be his match. After all, he had been in the Atman body realm for a long time, almost half a step into the spiritual martial realm. However, Yang Liang's strength was on par with his. How could he not be shocked? That was because, no matter how he looked at it, Yang Liang was much younger than him. However, Yang Liang had such strength. What did this mean? This meant that Yang Liang's talent was much stronger than his. He really couldn't understand why such a talented person would serve a mere kingdom. One had to know that with Yang Liang's talent, even if he were to be brought to an empire, he would be an existence that many empires would fight over. Looks like I have underestimated you. Although the old man was shocked by Yang Liang's strength, he immediately attacked again with his battle experience. In his opinion, even if their strength was on par, there was a difference in battle experience. In his opinion, Yang Liang's battle experience was definitely not as good as his. Therefore, he was prepared to use his battle experience to crush Yang Liang. Underestimating me? You will pay a heavy price. Hearing the old man's words and seeing the old man attack again, Yang Liang was relaxed and smiled disdainfully. Looks like this is going to be a long battle. No one expected Yang Liang to be on par with the old man. Therefore, they all had the same thought. I would like to see what price I will pay. Hearing Yang Liang's words, the old man's attack landed once again. Although the old man's attack did not increase by much this time, it was extremely fast and clean. With one look, one could see that it was accumulated through years of battle experience. Elder Yang's battle experience is indeed rich. Seeing the old man's attack, Wei Zilong nodded with satisfaction. If nothing goes wrong, Elder Yang will definitely win this battle. That's right. Although that dog is strong, he is definitely not Elder Yang's match. It's normal for Elder Yang to win, but this battle is unavoidable. After all, there is not much difference in their strength. As soon as Wei Zilong finished speaking, the crowd behind him chimed in one after another. However, it was clear that they all thought very highly of the old man, Old Yang. Who do you think will win? At this moment, the South Protecting King of the Yang Kang Kingdom suddenly asked. I feel that the person from the Fire Beacon Dynasty has a higher chance of winning. I also feel that the Fire Beacon Dynasty has a higher chance of winning. Why does the Fire Beacon Dynasty have a higher chance of winning? Look at the old man from the Fire Beacon dynasty. He has a lot of battle experience and is not easy to deal with. I don't think so. Why not? Although we can see that the Fire Beacon dynasty's old man has a lot of battle experience, we still don't know how Yang Liang's battle experience is. As soon as the South Protecting King finished speaking, everyone started to discuss. Good luck, General Yang Liang. General Yang Liang will win. General Yang Liang is the glory of Tianyuan. At this moment, a large group of citizens suddenly looked at Yang Liang and started to cheer for him. When Yang Liang saw that the old man's attack was about to land again, he raised the large blade in his hand again and slashed out. Bang! The crisp sound of weapons clashing suddenly rang out. Just when everyone thought that the two of them would be evenly matched again, the weapon in the old man's hand suddenly flew out. What's going on? When everyone saw this scene, they instantly went into an uproar. Just when no one knew what was going on, Yang Liang's large blade once again slashed at the old man. The old man's expression immediately turned ugly. He ignored the pain in his arm and started to retreat quickly. However, it was obvious that Yang Liang had already expected this. The old man's path of retreat was normal. The large blade in Yang Liang's hand happened to be aimed at the old man's path of retreat. The old man's expression changed again. Large droplets of sweat dripped down his face. Old Yang, be careful. Seeing the dangerous situation the old man was in, Wei Zilong immediately stood up and yelled loudly. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their mouths as they watched this scene nervously. Obviously, they did not expect that Yang Liang would gain the upper hand in the blink of an eye and even send the old man's weapon flying. Obviously, they could also see that the old man was in a very dangerous situation at this moment. In fact, even without hearing Wei Zilong's shout, old Yang knew that he was in danger and needed to dodge again. However, it was obvious that it would not be as easy to dodge this time. The old man reacted quickly and quickly took out another weapon. However, because of what happened just now, it was not as easy for his right hand to hold the weapon again. Therefore, the old man held the weapon in his left hand and quickly blocked Yang Liang's attack. This was because if he did not block it, the old man did not think that his body could withstand the attack of Yang Liang's weapon. Bang! The crisp sound of metal clashing rang out again. The weapon in the old man's hand flew out again. Hiss! Pain came from his left hand and the old man immediately took a deep breath. He did not doubt that if he had not reacted so quickly and blocked Yang Liang's attack with his weapon, he would have been cut. He reckoned that he would have been cut in half by Yang Liang's weapon. How can this be***** be so powerful? The old man did not have time to think and quickly continued to dodge because Yang Liang's attack had come again. How is this possible? Everyone who saw this scene was in an uproar. All of them stared at the ring without blinking. Everyone could not believe what was happening in front of them. This was because everyone had thought that Yang Liang would not be able to defeat the old man. Many of them were deeply worried about Yang Liang. But now, in just the second round, the old man was actually at a disadvantage. The weapon in his hand was sent flying out of his hand twice. What did this mean? This meant that it was not Yang Liang who was no match for the old man, but the old man who was no match for Yang Liang. He is actually stronger than old Yang. How is this possible? Wei Zilong's face turned ugly at this moment. Chapter 1130. Oh my god, this Yang Liang is too strong. Looks like we've underestimated this Yang Liang. His weapon was sent flying twice. What a huge difference. When the people of the Four Kingdoms saw this scene, their faces were filled with shock as well. Obviously, they were also shocked by Yang Liang's strength. Elder Yang, quickly surrender. Although Wei Zilong was unwilling to believe it, and was even more unwilling to say those words, for the sake of old Yang's life, he had no choice but to shout. After all, an Atman body realm expert was too precious. And a level 10 Atman body realm expert was even more precious. In the Fire Beacon dynasty, they were considered the top forces. Even the Fire Beacon dynasty could not afford to lose them. Losing a level 10 Atman body realm expert would definitely reduce the strength of the Fire Beacon dynasty. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask Elder Yang to surrender. This was because the rules of the competition stated that as long as the contestant admitted defeat, the opponent could not harm the contestant's life. What? Wei Zilong is going to give up? This is incredible. Wei Zilong is going to admit defeat. General Yang Liang is indeed formidable. Everyone was surprised when they heard Wei Zilong's words. After all, Wei Zilong was extremely arrogant at the beginning. At this moment, he was no longer as arrogant as he was at the beginning. Elder Yang heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Wei Zilong's words. One must know that he had wanted to admit defeat for a long time, but he was concerned about his reputation, so he did not say anything. Now that Wei Zilong had finally given him a way out, he had to follow the steps. After all, he did not want to die. His weapon was sent flying twice by Yang Liang. He was unwilling to admit it, but he had to admit that he was not Yang Liang's opponent. At this moment, his arms were shaken. Even if he picked up his weapon, he could not attack normally. This meant that his attack power was greatly reduced. In other words, if this continued, his life would be in danger. Therefore, Elder Yang hurriedly said, "I." Boom. Just as Elder Yang opened his mouth, Yang Liang's spiritual energy burst out once again and suppressed the old man. The strong spiritual energy directly oppressed the old man. For a moment, the old man didn't react at all. He was so focused on admitting defeat that he didn't expect Yang Liang to activate his spiritual energy again. Furthermore, this spiritual energy was extremely strong, making it impossible for him to open his mouth and admit defeat. Therefore, the old man had no choice but to use his own spiritual power to resist Yang Liang's spiritual power. Pucci, however, before he could fully activate his spiritual power, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Then, he felt a sweet taste in his throat and a mouthful of blood gushed out from his mouth. Elder Yang lowered his head and saw that Yang Liang's broadsword was already stabbed into his chest. Yang Liang, on the other hand, stood far away. Elder Yang didn't understand how the broadsword had pierced his chest. Of course, many people present had noticed that Yang Liang had thrown the broadsword in his hand out, and the broadsword had accurately pierced into Elder Yang's chest. Of course, to a powerhouse at Yang Liang's level, such an attack was simply a piece of cake. And if Elder Yang wanted to defend himself, it would be a piece of cake. Moreover, if Elder Yang had destroyed Yang Liang's weapon, it would have brought some pressure and obstruction to Yang Liang. However, Elder Yang's mind was focused on resisting Yang Liang's spiritual power, so he didn't expect or notice that Yang Liang had thrown the broadsword in his hand. Otherwise, Yang Liang wouldn't have been able to kill the old man so easily. The old man's eyes were filled with unwillingness, because he could feel his vitality slowly dissipating. Even if he was beaten to death, he didn't expect that he would die in the eyes of someone he had looked down on from the start. He had become Yang Liang's stepping stone in a moment of carelessness. Thud or thud or thud. Yang Liang walked in front of the old man and pulled out his broadsword. Plop. After the broadsword was pulled out, the old man fell to the ground and lost his vitality. This, he can actually kill someone from the Fire Beacon dynasty. Heavens! He's actually able to kill the Fire Beacon dynasty's people before they could shout out their surrender. Only the word powerful can describe him. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Yang Liang to be so powerful. He's definitely at the peak of the Atman body realm. Fortunately, we didn't anger Emperor Tianyuan. Otherwise, it would have been disadvantageous for us. The people of the Four Kingdoms looked at the old man's corpse with reverence as they looked at Yang Liang. Many of them felt as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. This was because many of them had disrespected Yi Hao before. Some of them even thought about killing Yi Hao. Now that they thought about it, it was a wise choice not to do so. Otherwise, whether or not they could have survived until now was really a big problem. We won. We won. We actually won a round. General Yang Liang is so mighty and domineering. General Yang Liang, you are my idol. General Yang Liang, I admire you so much. General Yang Liang, you are the hero of the Tianyuan kingdom. In this world, the strong were respected. The hearts of the people of the Tianyuan kingdom fell to the bottom after Wang Jin was killed. Later on, When he saw that Elder Yang's strength was actually stronger than Feng Wu's, he was shocked. Their hearts were broken and they no longer had any hope for the Qianyuan kingdom. Everyone thought that Yang Liang would lose. But who would have thought that not only did Yang Liang not lose, he even knocked away Elder Yang's weapon twice within 3 moves. Not only that, but Yang Liang was even able to attack a 4th time when old Yang was about to admit defeat, directly killing him. Therefore, Yang Liang's powerful strength convinced all the people of the Qianyuan kingdom. It also swept away the gloominess in the hearts of the people of the Qianyuan kingdom. It gave them hope that the Qianyuan kingdom could win the battle against the Fire Beacon dynasty. Elder Yang. Wei Zilong looked at Yang Liang's corpse and his face turned gloomy as he roared furiously. Wei Zilong's eyes were vicious and filled with murderous intent as he looked at Yang Liang. You are courting death. How dare you kill someone from the Fire Beacon dynasty? You have already killed him. What's the use of saying so much nonsense? Yang Liang laughed disdainfully when he heard Wei Zilong's words. Wei Zilong saw that Yang Liang did not give him any face. He looked directly at Yi Hao. Isn't the Qianyuan kingdom afraid of the Fire Beacon dynasty's anger? Chapter 1131. That's right. If your Fire Beacon dynasty can kill my Qianyuan kingdom's people, why can't my Qianyuan kingdom kill your Fire Beacon dynasty's people? Your Majesty is right. Your Majesty is right. As soon as Yi Hao finished speaking, he received the support of many Qianyuan kingdom citizens. You. Hearing Yi Hao's words and hearing the discussions of the Qianyuan kingdom citizens, Wei Zilong was furious. That was a level 10 Artman body elite, and he was killed just like that. Whether it was him or the Fire Beacon dynasty's strength, it would have an impact. Looking at Elder Yang's corpse, Wei Zilong felt as if his heart was bleeding. He did not expect Yang Liang to be so fast that he could kill Elder Yang before he could admit defeat. You what? If you can't afford to play, then don't play. Do you still dare to compete? If you don't, then get out of my Qianyuan kingdom. Seeing Wei Zilong's angry face, Yi Hao said impatiently. Everyone was shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. Because in their imagination, the emperor must be a very serious and old-fashioned existence. However, the current Yi Hao was clearly different from what they had imagined. Ha ha ha, your Majesty is right. That's right. Fire Beacon dynasty, if you can't afford to play, then don't talk nonsense. If you don't dare to play, then get out of my Qianyuan kingdom. Yi Hao's words caused many people to praise him again. Hearing all the people's words, Yi Hao could not help but nod his head in satisfaction. This was because he could sense that, without him realizing it, his prestige among his people was constantly increasing. Qianyuan kingdom, please send someone. Wei Zilong held back the anger in his heart as he looked at Yi Hao and said through gritted teeth. If looks could kill, Wei Zilong's angry look could kill Yi Hao hundreds of times. However, this time, Wei Zilong did not take the initiative to send someone. Instead, he was cautious. This was because he also knew of Huang Zhong's existence. In his opinion, Huang Zhong's strength should also be extraordinary. Therefore, he wanted his experts to avoid Huang Zhong. In this way, they would use the weak on their side to exhaust Yi Hao's strong men. This would definitely be beneficial to him. He had to win 2 more rounds. Otherwise, he would have lost a lot of face this time. He was the crown prince of an imperial dynasty, and he had aggressively brought people to compete with people from a royal kingdom. In the end, he had lost. If that were to spread, others would definitely laugh their heads off. To be honest, he did not expect that this mere kingdom would be much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Originally, he had brought his men to destroy the Qianyuan kingdom purely to gain merits and increase his reputation, so that he could prepare for his future ascension to the throne. But now, who would have thought that things would turn out this way? As soon as he arrived at Qianyuan kingdom, he wanted to look for Yi Hao to show off. But who would have thought that before he could even start to show off, he would be beaten up? This was the first time in his life that he had been beaten up. He had wanted to wait until the competition to crush the Qianyuan kingdom and humiliate Yi Hao to vent his anger. He had been very satisfied with the first round. He had killed one of Yi Hao's men at the start of the competition. But who would have thought that it would be his men who died in the second round? Moreover, he was in the wrong, so he could not say anything more. After all, it was his men who had killed Yi Hao's men first, and then Yi Hao's men would kill his men. This was not a problem at all. Moreover, his men did not shout surrender, and Yang Liang did not break any rules. Therefore, he could not use this as an excuse to make a fuss. For the sake of winning the competition, he had to be cautious. His only worry now was Huang Zhong. He believed that even if Huang Zhong lost the first round, he would win the remaining 2 rounds. Therefore, he was waiting to see who Yi Hao would send out first. He would then decide who to send out first. Who would have thought that His Highness Wei Zilong would be intimidated? I think he is afraid of Huang Zhong. I think so too. But His Highness Wei Zilong was so arrogant just now, and now he is so calm. It must have something to do with Yang Liang's strength. The people from the 4 kingdoms were shocked when they heard that Wei Zilong was not as arrogant this time. He was actually waiting for Yi Hao to send out his men first. Huang Zhong, you go. Yi Hao did not think much and directly said to Huang Zhong behind him. Yes, Your Highness. When Huang Zhong heard Yi Hao's words, he immediately jumped into the arena. Huang Zhong faced Yang Liang. He nodded and then shouted, "Who from the Fire Beacon dynasty dares to fight with me?" Yang Liang looked at Huang Zhong as he appeared in the arena. He also nodded and jumped down from the arena to make room for Huang Zhong. As expected, Huang Zhong is going out. When Wei Zilong saw Huang Zhong come out, he was immediately delighted. This was because he had guessed that Huang Zhong would be the 3rd person from the Qianyuan kingdom to step out. Now that he had guessed correctly, he was naturally very happy. You go. Wei Zilong was also very direct. He pointed to a middle-aged man who was about as strong as Feng Wu. Yes. That middle-aged man nodded his head as well. Remember to test his cultivation. If you feel that something is wrong, immediately surrender. Although Wei Zilong was prepared to admit defeat in this round, he did not have a clear understanding of the situation. However, before he had a complete understanding of Huang Zhong's strength, he naturally did not wish to admit defeat so easily. Moreover, he did not forget to remind the middle-aged man to be careful. This was because he had a feeling that Huang Zhong's strength was not ordinary. Therefore, he was also prepared to admit defeat. Because even if he admitted defeat, he did not want to put the man's life in danger. After all, he had already lost Elder Yang, which was enough to make him feel the pain. He absolutely could not lose another Atman body realm expert. As expected, Huang Zhong is going to fight. I just don't know how Huang Zhong's strength is compared to Yang Liang's. Yang Liang's strength is already so strong. In my opinion, Huang Zhong should not be as strong as Yang Liang. I think so too. If Huang Zhong is as strong as Yang Liang, then the Qianyuan kingdom is really too strong. But just as we guessed, His Highness Wei Zilong is indeed afraid of Huang Zhong, so he let the Qianyuan kingdom send out their people first. In my opinion, the Qianyuan kingdom will win this round. I don't think so. After all, we don't know Huang Zhong's true strength. Moreover, even if Huang Zhong wins, there are still 2 more rounds. I guess the Qianyuan kingdom will not be able to send out an Atman body realm expert. But to be able to win 2 out of 5 rounds against the Qianyuan kingdom is already very good. Chapter 1132. Let me have a go at you. The middle-aged man from the Fire Beacon dynasty leaped and pounced towards Huang Zhong. The aura of a level 8 Atman body was fully revealed as it crushed towards Huang Zhong. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Huang Zhong looked at the middle-aged man who was pouncing towards him. He immediately picked up his bow and shot out dozens of arrows. The arrows formed a net in one go and shot towards the middle-aged man at high speed. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Because he had leaped, he was now in a state of being in the air. Therefore, looking at the arrows coming towards him from all directions gave him a headache. Because he didn't know how to dodge at all. Because no matter how he dodged, he would obviously be hit by the arrows. Looking at the powerful force contained in the arrows, one look was enough to shake one's soul. The middle-aged man knew that it would be extremely difficult to shoot down these arrows. Be careful. Wei Zilong saw this scene and his heart was immediately raised. He didn't expect Huang Zhong to have such a trick up his sleeve. Looking at the middle-aged man being attacked from both sides, Wei Zilong's heart was also extremely nervous. The middle-aged man was obviously in a difficult position at this moment. Because he had no way to retreat, the cold sweat on his head was already very dense. The middle-aged man could only roar as the weapon in his hand slashed towards an arrow that he thought contained danger. Bang! A crisp sound of collision rang out. The arrow was hit by his huge force and couldn't help but deviate by quite a distance to the side. As for the middle-aged man, he took advantage of this powerful force and retreated backwards. This was undoubtedly a life-and-death situation, allowing him to survive in the cracks. However, he had no other choice. To him, being able to retreat and escape was definitely a good idea. At this moment, there were actually 2 arrows that streaked past him, making him feel a lingering fear. But fortunately, he borrowed the force of the arrows and finally dodged. The encirclement of dozens of arrows just now gave him hope of survival. At this moment, his back was already drenched in sweat. Because what he had just experienced was undoubtedly a trip to the gates of hell. Whoosh, whoosh, but before he could heave a sigh of relief, several more arrows came flying at him. Let's see where you can hide. Huang Zhong sneered as he watched the middle-aged man dodge. When the middle-aged man heard Huang Zhong's words, he couldn't answer at all. The reason for that was because the arrows had once again formed an attack net that was even denser than before. The middle-aged man could only grit his teeth and prepare to repeat the method just now. Bang! Whoosh! Just as the middle-aged man's weapon struck an arrow, the middle-aged man's weapon struck the arrow. Suddenly, an arrow appeared out of nowhere and pierced into his chest. The middle-aged man looked at the arrow in his chest in disbelief. He didn't understand why there was an extra arrow. "Temph, do you think I'll let you succeed twice?" Yang Liang sneered when he saw the middle-aged man's expression of disbelief. Poochie, poochie, poochie. After being shot in the chest, the middle-aged man was unable to dodge the remaining arrows. He was directly shot in the chest by a pile of arrows. Puff! The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood and his entire body was smashed to the ground. "Let me deal with you." The middle-aged man from the Fire Beacon dynasty leaped and pounced towards Huang Zhong. The aura of a level 8 Artman body was fully revealed as he charged towards Huang Zhong to crush him. Whoosh! 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 Huang Zhong looked at the middle-aged man who was charging towards him. He immediately picked up his bow and shot out a dozen arrows. The arrows formed a net in one go and shot towards the middle-aged man at high speed. The middle-aged man's expression changed. Because he had leaped, he was currently in a state of being in the air. Therefore, looking at the arrows that were flying towards him from all directions gave him a headache. This was because he didn't know how to dodge at all. This was because no matter how he dodged, he would still be hit by the arrows. Looking at the powerful force contained in the arrow, one could feel their hearts and souls trembling just by looking at it. The middle-aged man knew that it would be extremely difficult to shoot down these arrows. Be careful. Seeing this scene, Wei Zilong's heart was suddenly raised. He didn't expect Huang Zhong to have such a trick up his sleeve. Seeing the middle-aged man being attacked from both sides, Wei Zilong's heart was also extremely nervous. The middle-aged man was obviously in a difficult position. This was because he had no way to retreat at all. Cold sweat had already formed on his head. The middle-aged man could only roar and use the weapon in his hand to slash at an arrow that he thought contained danger. Bang! A crisp sound of collision rang out. The arrow was hit by his huge force and couldn't help but deviate to the side by quite a distance. As for the middle-aged man, he took advantage of this powerful force and retreated backwards. This was undoubtedly a life-and-death situation, allowing him to survive in the cracks. However, he had no other choice. To him, a way to retreat and escape was definitely the best way. At this moment, there were actually 2 arrows that streaked past his body, causing him to feel a lingering fear in his heart. Fortunately, he used the force of the arrows to escape. The encirclement of more than 10 arrows just now gave him hope of survival. At this moment, his back was already drenched in sweat. This was because what he had just experienced was undoubtedly a trip to the gates of hell. Whoosh, whoosh, however, before he could heave a sigh of relief, a few more arrows flew towards him. Let's see where you can hide. Looking at the middle-aged man who was dodging, Huang Zhong sneered. When the middle-aged man heard Huang Zhong's words, he couldn't answer at all. This was because these arrows once again formed an attack net that was even denser than before. The middle-aged man could only grit his teeth and prepare to repeat the method just now. Bang! Whoosh! Just as the middle-aged man's weapon struck an arrow, the middle-aged man's weapon struck the arrow. Suddenly, an arrow appeared out of nowhere and directly pierced his chest. You! The middle-aged man looked at the arrow in his chest in disbelief. He didn't understand why there was an additional arrow. Chumph, the same dodging method. How can I let you succeed twice? Looking at the middle-aged man's incredulous expression, Yang Liang couldn't help but sneer. Poochie, poochie, poochie. After being shot in the chest, the middle-aged man couldn't dodge the remaining arrows at all. A pile of arrows directly hit his chest. Poochie. Chapter 1133. Long live Tianyuan Kingdom. Long live Tianyuan Kingdom. Tianyuan Kingdom will win. Tianyuan Kingdom will win. Long live His Majesty. Long live His Majesty. Long live General Huang Zhong. All of a sudden, the citizens of Tianyuan Kingdom were in an uproar as they shouted excitedly. This was because they had already given up on the Tianyuan Kingdom. In their eyes, Tianyuan Kingdom was courting death by going against the Fire Beacon dynasty. But now, Tianyuan Kingdom had already won 2 out of the 3 matches. Although the Tianyuan Kingdom had lost the first match badly, they had won the second and third matches perfectly. This was definitely out of their expectations. Now, they didn't need anything else. As long as Tianyuan Kingdom won one of the remaining 2 matches, Tianyuan Kingdom would win the competition completely. Tianyuan Kingdom's reputation would be greatly boosted if word got out that a kingdom was able to defeat an empire. To them, this was definitely a kind of glory. Your Highness, what should we do now? At this moment, one of the 2 Artman body realm experts behind Wei Zilong looked at Wei Zilong and asked. Elder Qian, it's up to you. Wei Zilong looked at the other elder and said solemnly. I understand, Your Highness. Elder Qian looked at Wei Zilong with a solemn expression and nodded. Hearing the conversation between Elder Qian and Wei Zilong, the other Artman body realm expert's expression changed slightly. Elder Qian, Your Highness. The other Artman body realm expert wanted to say something but stopped himself. It's okay. For Your Highness, any sacrifice is worth it. I will win this match, Elder Qian said. Then, Elder Qian jumped onto the arena. Who from Tianyuan Kingdom dares to come up and fight with me? Elder Qian asked directly. Hearing Elder Qian's words, Guan Yu was about to jump onto the arena. However, he was stopped by Sun Shangxiang. General Guan, this person doesn't look like a good person. You're strong. For the sake of safety, you should wait for the next round. Even if I lose this round, we can still win. This. Guan Yu hesitated when he heard Sun Shangxiang's words. That was because he also felt a sense of danger from old Qian's identity. Even if he were to face old Qian, he would not necessarily have the certainty of victory. This kind of feeling was a mysterious feeling. He believed in his own intuition. It was definitely not wrong. However, old Qian's strength was only at the Artman body realm and had not reached the spirit martial realm. This made Lin Fan wonder if old Qian had some sort of hidden technique. And Sun Shangxiang actually took the initiative to face old Qian. This was completely going all out and preparing to lose. So that he could fight the last battle. I'll go first, Sun Shangxiang said. He didn't wait for Guan Yu to finish his words and directly jumped into the arena. It's actually a girl. After seeing Sun Shangxiang, old Qian's brows furrowed slightly. Come on. Sun Shangxiang was too lazy to talk nonsense. She also felt a dangerous aura from old Chen. Therefore, she did not dare to delay and wanted to cut the Gordian knot. You're courting death. Seeing that Sun Shangxiang did not talk nonsense and was about to attack him, old Chen was furious. Old Chen was also slightly angered. Because even a woman dared to challenge him. To him, this was simply a humiliation. However, old Chen did not use his trump card because he did not think highly of Sun Shangxiang. Because he felt that Sun Shangxiang was not worthy enough for him to use his trump card. Haha, your Tianyuan kingdom really has no one else. You actually sent out a girl. Wei Zilong was stunned when he saw Sun Shangxiang. Then, he mocked. Obviously, Wei Zilong also did not think highly of Sun Shangxiang. Sigh, looks like the Tianyuan kingdom no longer has any experts that can be used. A group of men did not make a move and actually sent out a girl. This is too ridiculous. Looks like our Fire Beacon dynasty should win this round. What do you mean by should? You should know that with old Chen taking action, our Fire Beacon dynasty will definitely win this round. Wei Zilong's mocking voice rang out. The group of men that Wei Zilong brought along also started mocking. Why did His Majesty send out a female general this time? Could it be that we really don't have any experts left? Then what should we do? We only have one more round to win. Now that there are only 2 rounds left, there are no experts left. Won't our efforts be in vain and we will lose? Therefore, when the citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom saw Sun Shangxiang in the arena, they were stunned at first. Then, they could not help but discuss worriedly. Obviously, when they saw Sun Shangxiang, they did not believe in Sun Shangxiang's strength. The Tianyuan kingdom actually sent out a female general. Could it be that the Tianyuan kingdom still has a female expert? I think it's over. I think the Tianyuan kingdom has already sent out all their experts for the 2 rounds just now. The Tianyuan kingdom is probably unable to send out any experts. However, as a kingdom, it's already very good to be able to win 2 rounds from the dynasty. At this moment, the people from the 4 kingdoms who were present looked at Sun Shangxiang in the arena and started discussing. Sun Shangxiang knew that Elder Chen was not ordinary, so he directly took out the spiritual martial realm longsword that Yi Hao had given him. The long sword carries a sharp glint and a powerful force as it attacks old Chen. Seeing Sun Shangxiang's attack, Elder Chen also took out his weapon to meet Sun Shangxiang's attack. Rumble. Clang. In the blink of an eye, the strong spiritual energy from the 2 of them had already collided. The weapons in the hands of the 2 men had already clashed against each other. However, in the next second, the 2 of them quickly retreated. Sun Shangxiang retreated 3 meters and a trace of blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. On the other hand, the old man retreated 5 meters and a trace of blood also appeared at the corner of his mouth. Most importantly, the old man's originally neat and tidy hair was now extremely disheveled. There was even a tear on his clothes. What's going on? At this very moment, everyone present was completely stunned. Although they did not know who was stronger between the 2 of them. Just by looking at the number of steps that both of them retreated and their current state, they could tell who was stronger and who was weaker. They were not fools. At this moment, they could tell that Sun Shangxiang was much stronger than Elder Chen. This female general is so strong. Just now, someone seemed to say that the Tianyuan kingdom had no one else to send out, so they sent out a female general. In the end, they couldn't even defeat our female general. Who's the shame? Sigh, why do I feel that someone's face has been slapped so hard? Chapter 1134. When Wei Zilong and the others heard the discussions around them, their faces turned ugly. Damn Tianyuan kingdom, where did they get so many experts? How can a woman be so strong? Wei Zilong cursed in his heart. Hiss, am I seeing things? That woman is so strong. Oh my god, Tianyuan kingdom is not to be trifled with. Even a woman is so strong. Looks like we're laughable. We've underestimated Tianyuan kingdom again. Could it be that Tianyuan kingdom is going to win this round again? The people from the four kingdoms looked at the powerful Sun Shangxiang and could not help but take in a breath of cold air. Every single one of them had a look of shock on their faces. Obviously, they did not expect Qianyuan Kingdom to have such a strong expert. Moreover, it was a female expert. At this moment, they could not help but feel that Qianyuan Kingdom was really well hidden. This isn't an ordinary weapon. Old Qian's face was solemn as he looked at the weapon in Sun Shangxiang's hand. His face was filled with fear. Elder Qian had just noticed that although Sun Shangxiang was strong, he was only on par with him. The reason why he was injured was obviously because of the weapon in Sun Shangxiang's hand. Could that be a weapon of the spiritual martial realm? Elder Qian suddenly thought of it. His eyes were filled with greed as he looked at the long sword in Sun Shangxiang's hand. Even though he was from the Fire Beacon dynasty and was a rank 10 Artman body realm expert, he had never possessed a weapon of the spiritual martial realm. He had never owned a weapon of the spiritual martial realm. He was very interested in a weapon of the spiritual martial realm. He was very greedy and longed for it. Unfortunately, weapons of the spiritual martial realm were considered rare in the empire. They were like the treasures of the country. Even if there were any, they would not be used by people like him. He could not understand how Sun Shangxiang, a person from a small kingdom, could have such a powerful weapon. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. He could not wait to kill Sun Shangxiang and snatch Sun Shangxiang's weapon. To be honest, he was very envious and jealous of Sun Shangxiang. What? A weapon of the spiritual martial realm? Oh my god, did I hear wrongly? Qianyuan Kingdom actually has a weapon of the spiritual martial realm? How is that possible? That's too scary. At this moment, when the people from the four kingdoms heard Elder Qian's words, they were all excited. They had only heard of the weapons of the spiritual martial realm, but the four kingdoms had never had a weapon of the spiritual martial realm. Thus, at this moment, when they suddenly heard that the Qianyuan Kingdom possessed a weapon of the spirit martial realm, they were naturally extremely shocked. Weapon of the spiritual martial realm. When Wei Zilong heard Old Qian's words, he was shocked. Then, he looked at the weapon in Sun Shangxiang's hand and revealed a greedy look. This was because spirit martial realm weapons were extremely precious. Sometimes, a spirit martial realm weapon was enough to crush the value of an Artman body cultivator. Therefore, Wei Zilong was also greedy at this moment. He wanted to obtain this weapon and give it to his father. After all, he would be praised. Although a few of the people he had brought with him had died. But with this weapon of the spiritual martial realm, he could make up for it. At this moment, Wei Zilong regarded the weapon in Sun Shangxiang's hand as the weapon of the Fire Beacon dynasty. It seems like this weapon of the spiritual martial realm is really precious. Originally, Yi Hao did not regard this long sword of the spirit martial realm as something good. But at this moment, seeing the change in everyone's expression, they finally knew how precious this spirit martial realm weapon was. So what? Sun Shangxiang could not help but laugh. Give me the weapon and I will spare your life. Elder Qian looked at the weapon in Sun Shangxiang's hand and said, "What shameless boasting. I did not expect the people of the Fire Beacon dynasty to be so shameless. They even want to snatch someone else's weapon." Sun Shangxiang said impolitely when he heard Elder Qian's words. Ha 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 ha. Many citizens of the Qianyuan Kingdom laughed when they heard Sun Shangxiang's words. You're courting death. When Elder Qian heard Sun Shangxiang's words and the surrounding laughter, he immediately felt that his old face was unable to hang on. He was also extremely furious. You forced me to do this. Elder Qian's eyes were filled with killing intent. He had decided to use his trump card. He did not care about his own face. It was also for Sun Shangxiang. He had decided to kill Sun Shangxiang for the weapon in his hand. Elder Qian is going to use his trump card. The remaining Artman body realm behind Wei Zilong immediately said when he saw the scene. Yes. Wei Zilong nodded with a nervous look on his face. He had heard of Elder Qian's trump card and it was extremely powerful. Of course, the consequences would be very serious. But at this moment, he was also very curious. If Elder Qian used his trump card, how powerful would he become? Thousand Illusions Secret Technique. At this moment, the spiritual energy in Elder Qian's body started to surge and change. At the same time, the spiritual energy in the surroundings started to rush into Elder Qian's body. This spectacular scene was like a breakthrough. But obviously, Elder Qian could not break through at this moment. But the aura in Elder Qian's body was constantly rising. Soon, he broke through to the spiritual martial realm. After reaching the spiritual martial realm, it did not stop. His cultivation and spiritual energy were still rising. What's going on? How did he become so powerful? And his spiritual energy is still increasing. He can't be breaking through, right? Breaking through? That's impossible. I think he's using some secret technique. Secret technique? What's that? You might not know, but there are some powerful secret techniques that can greatly increase a person's strength for a short period of time. But these secret techniques are very rare and the conditions to use them are very strict. And basically, they have side effects. But I have to admit that sometimes, these secret techniques are very useful. Because when one's life is in danger, they can rely on these secret techniques to protect their lives. You mean that the person from the Fire Beacon dynasty used a secret technique? Needless to say, he must have used a secret technique. And this secret technique seems to be very powerful. I didn't think that it could make someone from the Fire Beacon dynasty use a secret technique. Looks like this Sun Shangxiang is really strong. Using people and using secret techniques. Looks like this Sun Shangxiang is really a person. Using secret techniques. Looks like this Sun Shangxiang is really strong. Strong. Looks like this Sun Shangxiang is really strong. Chapter 1135. What did you say? When Elder Qian heard Sun Shangxiang's words, he was instantly dumbfounded. What kind of joke was this? He had already used his trump card and you actually said you were surrendering? Under everyone's astonished gazes, Sun Shangxiang directly jumped off the stage. At this moment, only Elder Qian was left standing on the stage with a helpless expression. One had to know that the reason why he used his trump card was entirely to kill Sun Shangxiang. After using this Thousand Illusions secret technique, the after effects were very serious. His cultivation base would drop from the Atman body 10th level to the Demon Monarch level. Moreover, this drop in cultivation would take at least more than a month to begin to recover. Therefore, the price to pay was definitely huge. However, if he could kill Sun Shangxiang and obtain Sun Shangxiang's weapon, then everything he did would be worth it. But now, Sun Shangxiang did not surrender early or play, but actually surrendered after he used his secret technique. On purpose, definitely on purpose. Elder Qian could not help but think in his heart. Although he guessed that Sun Shangxiang did it on purpose, Elder Qian could not do anything. After all, the other party had already surrendered, he could not insist on fighting with him. Damn it! When Wei Zilong saw Sun Shangxiang surrender, he was furious in his heart. This was because he had sent Elder Qian to kill Yi Hao's people. But now, Yi Hao's people were completely fine. Instead, it was his people who had used their trump cards. How could he not be furious? Your Highness, please calm down. No matter what, we won this round. Seeing Wei Zilong angry, the people behind him hurriedly advised. Why did the female general surrender so easily? It seems that the Fire Beacon dynasty used some secret technique. The female general could not beat him, so she surrendered. But why do I feel that the Fire Beacon dynasty is not too happy when they heard that our Chenyuan kingdom surrendered? I have the same feeling too. Don't feel too much. You have to know that now that both sides are tied, the last battle is especially crucial. When the citizens of the Chenyuan kingdom saw this scene, they also began to discuss. Everyone, who was originally excited, became nervous at this moment. After all, both sides had 2 wins and 2 losses. This was a draw. Therefore, whether the Fire Beacon dynasty or the Chenyuan kingdom would win this competition depended entirely on the next round. This general has lost the competition. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Sun Shangxiang walked to Yi Hao's side and bowed. You did well in this matter. We are very satisfied. Yi Hao looked at Sun Shangxiang and praised. Because he was able to discern that Elder Qian's secret technique was extraordinary. Even if Sun Shangxiang fought with his life on the line, it was impossible for him to win. He might even injure Sun Shangxiang or even kill him. He was absolutely unwilling to see such an outcome. And Sun Shangxiang was able to accurately grasp that after Old Qian used the secret technique, he would immediately surrender. This made him very satisfied. Because this was equivalent to directly crippling Old Qian's trump card. At this moment, looking at Wei Zilong and Old Qian's expressions, one could see how bitter they were in their hearts. This battle is especially crucial. You must win for me. Wei Zilong looked at the last Artman body realm expert. Yes, Your Majesty. The last Artman body realm expert under Wei Zilong also felt that the pressure had multiplied. Because in this last battle, it would be fine if he won. But if he lost, his fate would not be any better. He was extremely fearful of Wei Zilong. After all, to be able to become the crown prince, it was impossible for him to be the crown prince for so long without some ruthless means. Guan Yu, the next battle is up to you. Yi Hao looked at Guan Yu, who was beside him. Rest assured, Your Majesty. I will definitely win this battle, Guan Yu said confidently. After Guan Yu finished speaking, he stepped forward and walked towards the battle ring. Unrelated people, get lost. Guan Yu looked at Elder Qian, who was still standing on the battle ring, and shouted. What did you say? Elder Qian was already extremely depressed. After all, he had wasted his trump card for nothing. How could he not be angry when he was treated in such a manner by a red-faced man? Your secret technique has probably ended, right? Are you sure you are my match? Guan Yu narrowed his eyes and looked at Elder Qian. Elder Qian panicked when he heard Guan Yu's words. Because his secret technique had indeed ended, he was extremely weak at the moment. If he forced himself to fight, he would probably only be able to display the strength of a demon emperor. At the moment, he could not see Guan Yu's cultivation level, so he did not dare to act rashly. Elder Qian, get down from the battle ring first. Let me deal with this red-faced man. Zheng Wen said directly, giving Elder Qian a way out. Zheng Wen was Wei Zilong's last Artman body realm level 10 expert. Zheng Wan's strength was not weak, but he did not have Elder Qian's secret technique that could greatly increase his strength in a short period of time. However, according to his analysis, the Tianyuan kingdom had sent out enough experts. Guan Yu should not be stronger than Huang Zhong and Yang Liang. Therefore, Zheng Wen still had some confidence in facing Guan Yu. Alright, I'll leave this red-faced man to you. Don't disappoint me, Elder Qian said to Zheng Wen. Based on Elder Qian's tone, it was obvious that Elder Qian's status was higher than Zheng Wan's. Don't worry, Elder Qian. Zheng Wen nodded when he heard Elder Qian's words. Elder Qian glared at Guan Yu and walked down from the stage. To be honest, he was very grateful to Zheng Wen. If Zheng Wen hadn't given him a way out, he really wouldn't know what to do. Red-faced man, if you don't want to die, kneel down and beg for mercy. Zheng Wen leaped onto the stage with a three-edged silver spear in his hand and pointed it at Guan Yu. Guan Yu's eyes were still narrowed as he looked at Zheng Wen. Why don't you kneel down and I can spare your life? How dare you? You're really courting death. Zheng Wen was furious when he heard Guan Yu's words and saw that Guan Yu did not care about him at all. I'm afraid you're the one courting death. Guan Yu still looked like he did not care about Zheng Wen when he heard Zheng Wan's angry shout. I'll take your dog head within 100 moves. Seeing that Guan Yu still didn't put him in his eyes, Zheng Wen roared angrily again and released a strong spiritual power. The long spear in his hand raised a strong spiritual power and directly attacked Guan Yu. Chapter 1137. Soon after, everyone recalled what had happened. Yi Hao had made a bet with Wei Zilong. If Tianyuan Kingdom lost, the entire Tianyuan Kingdom would be buried. If Wei Zilong lost, he would have to commit suicide. Obviously, Wei Zilong had lost. Do you really dare to kill me? Wei Zilong looked at Yi Hao and asked, "Don't tell me you don't want to keep your promise?" Yi Hao was not surprised when he heard Wei Zilong's words. "I won't keep my promise today. Let's see what you can do about it." Wei Zilong looked as if he had nothing to lose. In Wei Zilong's opinion, with his status, even if he did not keep his promise, Yi Hao could do nothing to him. As long as he returned to the Fire Beacon dynasty, he would lead his army and destroy Qianyuan Kingdom. Only then would he be able to vent his anger. Wei Zilong is too shameless. He's the crown prince of the dynasty and he doesn't keep his promise. It seems like the people of the Fire Beacon dynasty are a bunch of scoundrels who don't keep their promises. I didn't expect the people of the dynasty to be so shameless. At that moment, the people of Qianyuan Kingdom saw that Wei Zilong did not keep his promise and was still acting so righteously. All of them were dissatisfied. "You are a bunch of lowly commoners. Shut your mouths. Otherwise, I'll kill you." Wei Zilong shouted angrily when he heard the discussions around him. After all, he was the crown prince of the dynasty and he had his own pride. At this moment, he was actually being criticized by so many people right in front of him. How could he possibly have any face left? This was completely embarrassing for him. At that moment, everyone, including the people of the four big kingdoms, had ugly looks on their faces. Because of Wei Zilong's words, lowly commoners of the four big kingdoms, everyone was enraged. It was obvious that Wei Zilong's superior attitude made all of them feel displeased. However, although the people of the four big kingdoms were unhappy, they were still afraid of Wei Zilong. They were afraid of Fire Beacon dynasty and Wei Zilong's status. Therefore, none of them dared to say anything. "Your Majesty, this person dares to be so arrogant in our Qianyuan Kingdom. He should be killed." "That's right. He dares to be so arrogant in the territory of my Qianyuan Kingdom. Does he really think that this is his Fire Beacon dynasty? Your Majesty, we can't let him off so easily." At this moment, all the citizens of the Qianyuan Kingdom were infuriated by Wei Zilong. "Did you hear that?" Yi Hao asked Wei Zilong when he heard the shouts of his people. "Page, what did you hear? Don't tell me you'll listen to these lowly commoners." Wei Zilong snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "As the saying goes, it's hard to go against the will of the people. Men, take them down," Yi Hao ordered. "What? How dare you?" Wei Zilong was shocked when he heard Yi Hao's words. Emperor Qianyuan wouldn't really be so unscrupulous, would he? He must be crazy. He killed so many experts of the Fire Beacon dynasty. Is he really going to kill Wei Zilong? I think he wants to capture Wei Zilong to threaten the Fire Beacon dynasty. He definitely wouldn't dare to kill Wei Zilong. Otherwise, he would be going against the Fire Beacon dynasty. Threatening the Fire Beacon dynasty is the same as courting death. The people of the four kingdoms saw Yi Hao give the order. Everyone was shocked when they saw that Wei Zilong was taken down. They didn't expect Yi Hao to be so bold as to capture Wei Zilong. Wei Zilong was the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty. He was of great significance to the Fire Beacon dynasty. Yi Hao's capture of Wei Zilong would not only shock the Fire Beacon dynasty, but also the whole world. After all, capturing Wei Zilong was no small matter. Many countries would know about it. All the countries would go to the Fire Beacon dynasty to see how they would deal with it. As for the Fire Beacon dynasty, they would definitely have some enemies. The Fire Beacon dynasty wouldn't hesitate to send troops to destroy the Qianyuan Kingdom so that they wouldn't be laughed at by their enemies. In their opinion, even if Yi Hao captured Wei Zilong to threaten the Qianyuan Kingdom, it wouldn't end well for him. Guan Yu, Huang Zhong, Yang Liang, and Sun Shangxiang heard Yi Hao's order and immediately went to capture Sun Shangxiang. "Feng Wu, take His Highness and escape." Elder Qian saw Guan Yu and the others and hurriedly shouted. Elder Qian didn't expect Yi Hao to be so bold as to capture Wei Zilong. At this moment, his strength was greatly reduced and he couldn't escape with Wei Zilong. Therefore, he could only let Feng Wu take Wei Zilong away. After all, Wei Zilong was the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty. If anything happened to Wei Zilong, they wouldn't be able to escape the blame. "Crown Prince, run." Feng Wu didn't dare to hesitate and pulled Wei Zilong away. Wei Zilong also didn't expect Yi Hao to be so daring, and he didn't dare to be useless anymore. Don't even think about capturing His Highness. Elder Qian roared and led a group of guards to block Guan Yu and the others. You're courting death. Guan Yu roared, and the green dragon crescent blade in his hand swept out. The green dragon crescent blade easily split Elder Qian into two. The current Elder Qian could only erupt with the cultivation of a demon emperor. However, Guan Yu was a spiritual martial realm expert. The difference between the two was too great. Therefore, Elder Qian simply didn't have the strength to resist in front of Guan Yu. If Elder Qian hadn't used the Thousand Illusion secret technique earlier, he would have used it now. Guan Yu wouldn't have been able to defeat him so easily. Elder Qian might have been able to defeat Guan Yu. Unfortunately, Elder Qian's Thousand Illusion secret technique was wasted. If Elder Qian hadn't been chopped to death, his intestines would have turned green with regret. Guan Yu wielded the green dragon crescent blade and rampaged through the crowd. None of his subordinates were a match for him. In the blink of an eye, other than Wei Zilong and Feng Wu, who were running away, all of Wei Zilong's subordinates were dead. Powerful. Everyone looked at Guan Yu and the others and exclaimed in awe. This was because the guards that Wei Zilong had brought were not weak. Basically, they were demon emperors and demon sovereigns. The weakest of them were demon emperors. In the eyes of the onlookers, experts of this level were simply lofty existences that they could only look at but not reach. Even at this moment, the strongest among the people from the four great kingdoms was only at the demon emperor level. However, when they saw Wei Zilong's subordinates being killed like ants, how could they not be shocked? Looks like the Tianyuan kingdom has really risen. With so many experts, it's definitely not a kingdom that we can offend. Although the southern Zhennan king of the Yangkang kingdom was unwilling to admit it, he had no choice but to admit it. This was because his strength was already considered the top in the Yangkang kingdom. Chapter 1138. Although the people from the other kingdoms did not speak, they all nodded at the same time. Their gazes were reluctant to move away from Guan Yu and the others. Their eyes were filled with shock. Where do you think you're going? After killing Wei Zilong's men and Elder Qian, Guan Yu and the others quickly caught up with Wei Zilong. Guan Yu yelled at the top of his lungs. At that moment, Wei Zilong's complexion became extremely ugly. Only when he turned around did he discover that his subordinates had all been killed. Wei Zilong's heart became even more flustered. At this moment, Feng Wu was looking at Guan Yu and the others with a trace of fear in his heart. After all, he knew how strong Guan Yu and the others were. He knew that he was no match for Guan Yu and the others. Your Highness, I'll stop them. You go first. Although Feng Wu knew that he was no match for Guan Yu and the others, he still rushed towards Guan Yu and the others and shouted at Wei Zilong. Wei Zilong did not hesitate. When he saw Feng Wu rushing out, he quickly ran away. You're courting death. Guan Yu snorted disdainfully when he saw Feng Wu rushing towards him. He raised his green dragon crescent blade and looked at Feng Wu. When Feng Wu saw Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade, he swallowed his saliva in fear. He did not dare to fight with Guan Yu and quickly dodged to the side. Feng Wu dodged quickly. Obviously, he did not want to fight with Guan Yu. He was just trying to buy time. Bang! Guan Yu's green dragon crescent blade hit the ground. The ground made of superior diamond bluestone instantly turned into powder. Feng Wu rolled to the side in a sorry state. You guys go after him. Leave him to me, Guan Yu said as he looked at Feng Wu who was dodging on the ground. Okay. Hearing Guan Yu's words, Yang Liang and the others immediately chased after Wei Zilong. You! When Feng Wu saw Yang Liang and the others chasing after Wei Zilong, he panicked and wanted to stop them. You want to stop me when I'm here? You're dreaming. Guan Yu snorted when he saw Feng Wu still trying to stop Yang Liang and the others. Then, Guan Yu's powerful spiritual energy rushed toward Feng Wu. Feng Wu, who was about to stand up, was crushed by the spiritual energy and fell to the ground again. His face was full of struggle. However, He did not even consider that even a 10th-level Atman body cultivator would not be able to struggle under the suppression of Guan Yu's spiritual power. Furthermore, his strength had yet to reach the 10th level of the Atman body realm, which made him even less of a match for Guan Yu. Pucci, Guan Yu also did not delay any longer. The green dragon crescent blade in his hand directly chopped off Feng Wu's head. This time, Feng Wu did not escape at all because of the suppression of spiritual energy. After Guan Yu killed Feng Wu, Yang Liang grabbed Wei Zilong's neck with one hand and walked back. "Hurry up and let go of me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Your impudence will only bring you a miserable end. If you know what's good for you, let go of me at once, and I'll leave your corpses intact." Wei Zilong could not help but shout as he was held in Yang Liang's hand. After all, they were in public. As the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty, he was being held in Yang Liang's hand. This was a great humiliation. "Kneel down." Yang Liang brought Wei Zilong in front of Yi Hao and shouted at Wei Zilong. "What did you say? You want me, the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty, to kneel down in front of the emperor of a mere kingdom? Mph, you must be dreaming." Wei Zilong was furious when he heard Yang Liang's words. He actually wanted him to kneel down in front of Yi Hao. What a joke, he had never knelt down in front of anyone other than his father. How could he possibly kneel down in front of Yi Hao at this moment? Moreover, in his heart, his hatred for Yi Hao was so deep that it could not be any deeper. He felt that he had suffered all the grievances in his life. It was probably all because of Yi Hao. Furthermore, Yi Hao had killed all his men. This was simply forcing him into a dead end. If he was given a chance now, he would want to pull out Yi Hao's tendons and pull out his bones. Therefore, how could he possibly be willing to kneel down in front of Yi Hao? Moreover, given his status, it would be good enough if the other emperors did not kneel down in front of him. Yi Hao's status was merely the emperor of a kingdom. His status should be lower than Wei Zilong's. No matter what, there was no reason for him to kneel down in front of Yi Hao. If he really knelt down, it would be a slap to the Fire Beacon dynasty's face. Therefore, no matter what, he would definitely not kneel down in front of Yi Hao. How dare a mere captive be so arrogant? Yang Liang shouted softly when he heard Wei Zilong's arrogant tone. As Yang Liang's voice fell, the strong power from his body crushed Wei Zilong's body. "You want me to kneel? Impossible." Wei Zilong gritted his teeth and said when he felt the strong pressure on his body. But what could he do? The disparity between him and Yang Liang was seriously too great. Therefore, he could not withstand the pressure of Yang Liang's spiritual energy. Plop. Finally, Wei Zilong could not hold on any longer and knelt down on the ground. "Damn you, *tch. I, Wei Zilong, will not let you off. I will destroy the Tianyuan kingdom." Wei Zilong cursed in his heart as he knelt on the ground. He had already thought it through. As long as Yi Hao did not kill him, he would lead the army and destroy the Tianyuan kingdom. If he did so, he would not be a man. "Your Majesty is mighty. Long live the emperor." All the citizens of the Tianyuan kingdom saw the arrogant Wei Zilong kneeling in front of Yi Hao. They could not help but feel that they had vented their anger and shouted excitedly. "This Emperor Tianyuan actually dares to make Wei Zilong kneel down in front of him. Oh my god, his courage is really admirable. It seems like Emperor Tianyuan really does not care about Wei Zilong and the Fire Beacon dynasty behind him." The people of the four great kingdoms could not help but exclaim when they saw Wei Zilong kneeling on the ground. After all, Wei Zilong's identity was not to be underestimated. If Wei Zilong was sent as an ambassador, the four great kingdoms would not dare to offend him. The emperors of the four great kingdoms would not dare to make Wei Zilong kneel down. It would be good if they did not treat Wei Zilong as their own father. Even in the ancient demon realm, if an emperor of a kingdom could make the crown prince of the imperial city kneel down, it would definitely shock the world. How is it? Are you not convinced? Yi Hao laughed as he looked at the angry and unwilling Wei Zilong. Chapter 1139. Men, beat him until he's convinced. Seeing Wei Zilong's unconvinced face, Yi Hao didn't want to indulge him and directly ordered. No way. He wants to beat Wei Zilong. Everyone was shocked when they heard Yi Hao's words. Wei Zilong was also shocked. After all, the scene of him being beaten up yesterday was still vivid in his mind. How dare you? Wei Zilong quickly shouted. After all, this place was different from the palace yesterday. This place was a public place, and there were countless people watching. If he was beaten up now, he would be too ashamed to continue living. However, it was clear that his words did not stop the group of guards from attacking him. After receiving Yi Hao's order, the group of guards quickly surrounded Wei Zilong. Then, the group of people started punching and kicking Wei Zilong. Stop when he's convinced. Yi Hao continued to say when he saw Wei Zilong being beaten up. I admit defeat. Wei Zilong couldn't stand being kicked and punched anymore. He hurriedly opened his mouth and shouted. Huh! Yi Hao was stunned when he heard Wei Zilong's words. He did not expect Wei Zilong to beg for mercy so quickly. Take him back to the palace. This was not the place to talk, so Yi Hao stood up and said. Back to the palace. A eunuch beside Yi Hao shouted at the top of his voice. Farewell, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Farewell, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. Farewell, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. At this moment, all the citizens of Qianyuan Kingdom knelt down and saluted. Clearly, Qianyuan Kingdom's victory over the Fire Beacon dynasty brought them a great sense of honor. Their blood was boiling. All of them could already see the Qianyuan Kingdom becoming stronger. As citizens of Qianyuan Kingdom, they naturally hoped that Qianyuan Kingdom would become stronger. Previously, Qianyuan Kingdom had been bullied because it was weak. Naturally, they felt uncomfortable about it. After all, the stronger a country was, the more comfortable the lives of its citizens would be. If a country was weak, the lives of its citizens would be more painful. They all knew that Qianyuan Kingdom had become stronger because of Yi Hao. Therefore, every citizen of the Qianyuan Kingdom was in awe of Yi Hao. And Yi Hao's image in the hearts of all the people became even greater. I didn't expect Emperor Qianyuan to be so powerful. Through today's events, Emperor Qianyuan's popularity will definitely increase substantially. Looking at the respect in the eyes of the people, I can see the image of Emperor Qianyuan in the hearts of the people of the Qianyuan Kingdom. Looks like we have to have a good discussion. The people of the four kingdoms looked at Yi Hao's back as he left and then looked at the people of the Qianyuan Kingdom. They looked at each other and started discussing. Each and every one of them had grave expressions on their faces. The reason for that was because they had to choose which side to stand on. Originally, they were still thinking about whether they should join the Fire Beacon dynasty in suppressing the Qianyuan Kingdom. But when they saw that Yi Hao had so many experts under his command, they couldn't help but hesitate. Based on the strength that had been revealed so far, there was no doubt that the Qianyuan Kingdom was stronger than the four kingdoms. Just Guan Yu and the others were not people that the four great kingdoms could deal with. Although they were unwilling to admit it, they had to. Thinking back, not long ago, the four kingdoms didn't even take the Qianyuan Kingdom seriously. And now, the Qianyuan Kingdom was able to crush the four kingdoms. It had only been a few months. This made them sigh endlessly. In their opinion, this was something that was impossible to happen. If it happened, it would be a goddamn miracle. But now, it had happened so easily. The Qianyuan Kingdom was about to be destroyed by the Duan dynasty, but it destroyed the Duan dynasty in one fell swoop. Then, it destroyed the Drifting Cloud Kingdom. And now, it was able to challenge the Fire Beacon dynasty. All of this seemed so illusory, but it had really happened. Let's go. Let's return to our respective kingdoms first. After the South Guarding King of the Yang Kang Kingdom finished speaking, he led the people of his kingdom away. The remaining people of the other kingdoms looked at each other and left the Qianyuan royal city. Your Majesty, the people of the four kingdoms have left. On the way back to the Qianyuan royal palace, a guard walked up to Yi Hao and reported. After hearing the guard's words, Yi Hao nodded but didn't say anything. In his opinion, The value that could be squeezed out of the four kingdoms had basically been squeezed dry. Therefore, there was no point in keeping the people of the four great kingdoms alive. What he wanted to see next was how the four great kingdoms would choose which faction to side with. Whether they would side with him or side with someone else and become his enemy, that would depend on how the people of the four kingdoms would choose. However, before that, he had to make use of Wei Zilong to blackmail the Fire Beacon dynasty. After all, he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Fire Beacon dynasty. The enmity between him and the Fire Beacon dynasty had already evolved to the point of being mortal enemies. In other words, the Fire Beacon dynasty would definitely not let the Chenyuan kingdom off no matter what. Therefore, if that was the case, there was nothing for him to worry about. If he could blackmail the Fire Beacon dynasty, why wouldn't he do the same? This was called using the enemy's resources to increase one's own strength before attacking the enemy. Furthermore, Yi Hao believed that the Fire Beacon dynasty was still a dignified dynasty that was above the kingdoms. The resources that they possessed were naturally not something that the kingdoms could compare to. Furthermore, since they knew that both sides had already fallen out, he naturally had to blackmail the Fire Beacon dynasty for more resources. After all, it would be a waste if he didn't blackmail them. Furthermore, the Fire Beacon dynasty thought so highly of him that they had actually sent a crown prince and 5 Artman body realm powerhouses to humiliate him. In that case, he couldn't be too polite. At the same time, Yi Hao believed that with Wei Zilong around, the Fire Beacon dynasty would have to compensate him even if they weren't willing to. He didn't believe that the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty was so worthless in the eyes of the Fire Beacon dynasty. He wasn't even worth some resources. If that really happened in the future, the Fire Beacon dynasty would probably become the biggest joke of the century. Therefore, Yi Hao was certain that the Fire Beacon dynasty would compensate him this time. "Come, let's talk," Yi Hao said to Wei Zilong after returning to the Chenyuan palace. Chapter 1141. If his father did not compensate Yi Hao, he would be able to live. However, in his opinion, his chances of survival were still very high. In his opinion, his father would most likely not compensate Yi Hao. If Yi Hao made a bet instead, he might not dare to accept it because he could not see any hope of survival. "Men, bring me a brush, ink, paper, and inkstone," Yi Hao said. Hearing Yi Hao's voice, one of the eunuchs quickly brought over the things that he had prepared. Yi Hao took the note, wrote it, and handed it to the eunuch. He instructed, "Send someone to deliver this to the emperor of the Fire Beacon dynasty." When the eunuch heard Yi Hao's words, he took the note and left respectfully. This concerned his life, so when Yi Hao finished writing, Wei Zilong hurriedly asked, "What did you write?" "You don't need to know this. You only need to care about the bet." When Yi Hao heard Wei Zilong's words, he did not bother to explain. "You." Wei Zilong was furious. He did not expect that Yi Hao would not even tell him about this. Although Yi Hao did not want to tell him, there was nothing he could do. After all, he was just a prisoner. What could he do to Yi Hao? In the main hall of the Yangkang Kingdom, the Lord of the South and the others walked in. "Greetings, Your Majesty. We did not do our job well and caused the Yangkang Kingdom to lose so many resources. Please punish us, Your Majesty." The Lord of the South and the others knelt on one knee as he spoke. "Everyone, what crime have you committed? This matter is not your fault. All of you, rise." Emperor Yang Kang sighed and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live the Emperor." The Lord of the South immediately knelt down and thanked the Emperor gratefully. "Let me ask you, how powerful is the Chenyuan Kingdom?" Emperor Yang Kang immediately asked the question he was most concerned about. If he had not been frightened by Huang Zhong, he would not have been willing to compensate the Chenyuan Kingdom with so many resources even if he was beaten to death. Even now, he couldn't help but feel his heart ache when he thought about how he had to compensate the Chenyuan Kingdom with so many resources. Therefore, he was also curious about the strength of the Chenyuan Kingdom. If the Chenyuan Kingdom was truly powerful, he would not dare to provoke them anymore. But at the same time, there was still Huang Zhong in the Chenyuan Kingdom, as long as his fundamental strength did not change. He would definitely work with the other kingdoms and find a way to find the Qianyuan kingdom to get back the resources that he had compensated. However, before he could do that, he had to know the true strength of the Qianyuan kingdom. He believed that King Zhennan should have some understanding of the Qianyuan kingdom since he had been there for so long. Hearing Emperor Yang Kang's question, the Zhennan king's face turned ugly. He wanted to say something, but stopped himself. The people behind the South protecting prince all looked at each other, not knowing what to say. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing everyone's expressions, Emperor Yang Kang was even more curious about what had happened. Your Majesty, we saw the crown prince of the Fire Beacon dynasty leading people to challenge the Qianyuan kingdom. The South protecting prince glanced at Emperor Yang Kang and said, "What did you say? The Fire Beacon dynasty challenging the Qianyuan kingdom? What kind of joke is this?" Emperor Yang Kang was stunned when he heard the South protecting prince's words. No matter how powerful the Qianyuan kingdom is, they can't challenge the Fire Beacon dynasty. How did the Qianyuan kingdom offend the Fire Beacon dynasty for them to challenge them? Aren't they courting death? Doesn't this mean that the Qianyuan kingdom could be destroyed? In an instant, the entire imperial court was in a heated discussion. What's going on? Emperor Yang Kang was very curious. Hearing Emperor Yang Kang's question, the South protecting prince shook his head and said, "I don't know the exact reason." The South protecting prince was speaking the truth. This was because they were also in the Qianyuan kingdom's imperial court. When they heard that the Fire Beacon dynasty had sent people, they saw Wei Zilong appear in the imperial court. He also didn't know what kind of conflict there was between the Fire Beacon dynasty and Yi Hao. Later on, he didn't even have the chance to ask what was going on. Therefore, he only knew that the Fire Beacon dynasty had sent people to challenge the Qianyuan kingdom. However, he didn't know the exact reason. What's the result of the challenge? Did the Qianyuan kingdom lose? Don't tell me the Qianyuan kingdom has already been destroyed by the Fire Beacon dynasty. Emperor Yang Kang felt his heart ache when he said this. If that was the case, wouldn't he have compensated Yi Hao for nothing? Otherwise, if he waited until the Qianyuan kingdom was destroyed by the Fire Beacon dynasty, he wouldn't have to compensate the Qianyuan kingdom for his resources. Looking at Emperor Yang Kang's expression, the South protecting prince could guess what Emperor Yang Kang was thinking. Any normal person would feel that a kingdom wasn't a match for a dynasty. Therefore, the Qianyuan kingdom wouldn't have a good ending after offending the Fire Beacon dynasty. However, the outcome was always the opposite. Although he didn't want to say it, he knew that it would cause an uproar. However, he couldn't hide this matter, so he had to say it. Your Majesty, the Qianyuan kingdom won. The South protecting prince glanced at Emperor Yang Kang and replied, "The Qianyuan kingdom won? How is that possible?" Emperor Yang Kang was shocked when he heard the South protecting prince's words. Because in his opinion, this was simply impossible. It was even inconceivable. After all, how could a kingdom defeat a dynasty? What did they compete in? How could the Qianyuan kingdom win? The Fire Beacon dynasty. That's a dynasty. How could they lose? The South protecting prince isn't joking, right? Evidently, the South protecting prince's words caused disbelief among the crowd. It's true. The South protecting prince had already expected this, so he spoke with a grave expression. Right, what did they compete in? Emperor Yang Kang couldn't help but ask when he saw the serious expression on the South protecting prince's face. Furthermore, Emperor Yang Kang believed that the South protecting prince wouldn't have the guts to joke with him. The Fire Beacon dynasty sent 5 Artman body realm experts to set up 5 stages. The Qianyuan kingdom won 3 out of 5 matches. The South protecting prince said, "What? 5 Artman body realm experts?" Emperor Yang Kang's voice trembled when he heard the South protecting prince's words. Chapter 1142. Even Emperor Yang Kang knew that the South guarding king wouldn't dare to joke with him. But at this moment, Emperor Yang Kang thought that the South guarding king was joking with him. After all, The Fire Beacon dynasty sent 5 Atman body realm experts to challenge the Chenyuan kingdom, and the Chenyuan kingdom won. Hearing the South Guarding King's words, Emperor Yang Kang thought that he had heard wrongly. This was because he thought that the Yang Kang kingdom's strength was considered good among the other kingdoms. But not to mention the 5 Atman body realm experts, even 1 Atman body realm expert wasn't something that they could deal with. South Guarding King, is this true? How could the Chenyuan kingdom become so powerful? If the Chenyuan kingdom really became so powerful, wouldn't it be comparable to the dynasty? More importantly, the Chenyuan kingdom having 1 Atman body realm expert is already enough to shock us. If the Chenyuan kingdom can win 3 out of 5 matches, it means that the Chenyuan kingdom has at least 3 Atman body realm experts, and they are the powerful one. Hearing the South Guarding King's words, the entire imperial court was in an uproar. Everyone looked at the Zhunnan Wang and started to discuss among themselves. However, all of their words were filled with doubt. It wasn't that they didn't believe the South Guarding King, but the South Guarding King's words were too frightening. After all, the Chenyuan kingdom was stronger than the Yang Kang kingdom not long ago. In just a short period of time, the Chenyuan kingdom had become strong enough to fight against the dynasty. How could they not be suspicious? Your Majesty, the South Guarding King's words are true. At this moment, a minister behind the South Guarding King spoke. This minister was Emperor Yang Kang's trusted aide, and his position in the imperial court wasn't low. Therefore, when he opened his mouth, everyone believed him a little more. I would like to know the cultivation level of the Atman body realm experts sent by the Fire Beacon dynasty. Emperor Yang Kang continued to ask. After all, even for Atman body realm experts, there was a huge difference between the Atman body realm 1st level and the Atman body realm 7th or 8th level. If the Atman body realm experts sent by the Fire Beacon dynasty were all 1st level Atman body realm, then Emperor Yang Kang could accept it. After hearing Emperor Yang Kang's question, everyone turned their gazes towards the Zhunnan King and the others. Evidently, they were also very curious about this matter. The weakest of them is at the 8th level of the Atman body realm, and 3 of them are at the 10th level of the Atman body realm. The South Protecting King looked at the crowd and said, "What?" Hiss. Hearing the South Protecting King's words, everyone took in a breath of cold air at the same time. Their faces were filled with shock. At this moment, all of their hearts were boiling. This was because a level 8 Atman body cultivator was definitely the strongest among the Atman body cultivators. This was almost the peak of the Atman body level. They had never imagined that the Fire Beacon dynasty would send such a powerful opponent to challenge the Chenyuan kingdom. Just how much hatred did they have for each other? How was this a challenge? This was a complete extermination of the country. If the Fire Beacon dynasty sent so many experts to the Yang Kang kingdom, the Yang Kang kingdom wouldn't be able to resist at all. This was because a level 8 Atman body cultivator was extremely powerful. It was not something a kingdom like theirs could handle. However, the Chenyuan kingdom didn't only deal with them. They even won 3 rounds. This showed how strong the Chenyuan kingdom had become. Didn't this mean that the Chenyuan kingdom also had a level 8 Atman body cultivator, and even a level 10 Atman body cultivator? What happened in the end? The Yang Kang Emperor continued to ask. The 5 Atman body cultivators of the Fire Beacon dynasty were all killed, and the Crown Prince, Wei Zilong, was captured. The South Protecting King said. Hearing the South Protecting King's words, everyone was shocked again. They were already shocked before, but now, they were so shocked that they couldn't talk to themselves anymore. They stood there in a daze, and for a moment, they forgot to speak. After half a day, everyone finally recovered from the shock. South Protecting King, you're saying that the 5 Atman body cultivators of the Fire Beacon dynasty were all killed by the Chenyuan kingdom? Oh my god, those were 5 Atman body cultivators of the 8th level and above. How could they be killed just like that? More importantly, the Chenyuan kingdom didn't put the Fire Beacon dynasty in their eyes by killing the people of the Fire Beacon dynasty. Are they tired of living? But no matter how strong the Chenyuan kingdom is, they can't be a match for the Fire Beacon dynasty. I think so too, because I feel that the Fire Beacon dynasty can't only have Atman body cultivators. Otherwise, they wouldn't be called a dynasty. But what is this Emperor Qianyuan thinking? Not only did he kill the people of the Fire Beacon dynasty, he even captured the Fire Beacon dynasty's crown prince. Could it be that he wants to threaten the Fire Beacon dynasty? For a moment, everyone started to discuss again. Obviously, they were all shocked by the South Protecting King's words. Because if the South Protecting King didn't say it, they wouldn't have dared to imagine it. After all, in their eyes, whether it was a dynasty or an Atman body cultivator, they were all high and mighty existences that couldn't be provoked. But now, a kingdom that was weaker than them dared to provoke a dynasty. Not only did they provoke a dynasty, they even killed their Atman body cultivators and captured their crown prince. They didn't put the Fire Beacon dynasty in their eyes at all. They were provoking the Fire Beacon dynasty, and they were slapping the Fire Beacon dynasty's face. The Fire Beacon dynasty wouldn't let it go so easily. Otherwise, the Fire Beacon dynasty would lose a lot of face, and they would be mocked by countless people. Moreover, how could a dynasty be afraid of a mere kingdom? So in their opinion, the Fire Beacon dynasty would definitely take action. At this moment, in the main hall of the Fire Beacon dynasty, hundreds of officials were kneeling on the ground, and each of them had a look of panic. In the main hall, there was a strong pressure from the emperor. The Fire Beacon emperor looked at the letter in his hand furiously, and he was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. He didn't expect that the experts he sent to the Qianyuan kingdom would all be killed, and the crown prince would be captured. Most importantly, the Qianyuan kingdom's emperor didn't know what was good for him, and he even dared to threaten him and make him compensate with so many resources. His first thought was to send troops to attack the Qianyuan kingdom. But in the letter, Yi Hao mentioned the Zheng dynasty, which was undoubtedly a threat to him. If it was any other prince, it wouldn't be a big deal. But this was the crown prince, which meant a lot to the Fire Beacon dynasty. Chapter 1143. Men, bring me the spiritual martial cauldron and 100 Atman body realm weapons. The emperor retracted his royal aura and ordered. He didn't know why, but when he said these words, his heart ached for no reason. Your Majesty, are we really going to compensate those low-level kingdoms with so many resources? Your Majesty, if we really compensate them with so many resources, I reckon that our Fire Beacon dynasty won't be able to produce any Atman body realm weapons. Your Majesty, if we compensate those low-level kingdoms with resources, wouldn't it be a sign of weakness in the eyes of others? We'll be a laughing stock if this gets out. Your Majesty, please reconsider. A group of Fire Beacon dynasty's officials who were kneeling on the ground tried to stop the emperor when they heard what he said. After all, as officials of the Fire Beacon dynasty, they had to consider themselves as well as the country. After all, the Atman body realm weapons of the Fire Beacon dynasty would be given to them sooner or later. One had to know that they had been eyeing the Atman body realm weapons for a long time. But now, if they were to compensate the Qianyuan kingdom, they wouldn't have any Atman body realm weapons. They knew that the Fire Beacon dynasty could only produce 100 Atman body realm weapons at most. Moreover, from their point of view, if the Fire Beacon dynasty were to compensate a kingdom with resources, it would be a huge joke. That would undoubtedly be the biggest joke in the world. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely damage the prestige of the Fire Beacon dynasty. By then, wouldn't any other country be able to bully the Fire Beacon dynasty? Moreover, many of the experts that Wei Zilong had brought with him were from the Fire Beacon dynasty. Now that their experts were killed, how could they not be angry? They naturally hoped that the Fire Beacon Emperor would send troops to destroy the Qianyuan kingdom instead of compensating them with resources. Of course, I don't want to compensate those low-level kingdoms. When the Fire Beacon Emperor heard what the officials said, he immediately said, but the Crown Prince's identity is too precious. If I were to give up the Crown Prince because of the resources, the world would laugh at me for being heartless and only for benefit. When the officials heard the Fire Beacon Emperor's words, they all knew that the Fire Beacon Emperor was right. If someone were to make an issue out of this, the Fire Beacon Emperor's image would be greatly damaged. Moreover, there were many people in the imperial court who were on Wei Zilong's side. They naturally hoped that Wei Zilong would be safe and sound. They also hoped that Wei Zilong could be saved. However, they wanted to send experts to the Qianyuan kingdom to ask for Wei Zilong. Instead of compensating the Qianyuan kingdom with resources and asking them to release Wei Zilong. Thinking about having to compensate a royal kingdom with so many resources, countless people felt incredibly humiliated and unwilling. Your Majesty, of course we have to save the crown prince, but isn't it a little too much to compensate with so many resources? That's right, Your Majesty. We can send people to discuss with them and see if we can lower the amount of resources. In my opinion, we shouldn't compensate him with any resources at all. We should just send experts to him and see if he dares to refuse. It's not appropriate to directly send experts to ask for him, because if we're not careful, we might harm His Highness's life. Yes, this Qianyuan kingdom is too bold, daring to use His Highness to threaten us. We have to guard against them, or they might do something desperate. I just want to know how a lowly kingdom like them could suddenly become so powerful that they could kill 5 Artman body realm experts of our Fire Beacon dynasty. What do you mean? Do you mean that there's someone behind the Qianyuan kingdom? I think it's possible. All the officials present began to discuss among themselves. The Fire Beacon Emperor didn't speak, but he listened carefully to everyone's discussion. In fact, he also felt that there was someone behind the Qianyuan kingdom supporting Yi Hao. Otherwise, he couldn't think of how a mere kingdom could and wouldn't dare to kill 5 of his experts. However, in his opinion, there was only one kingdom that could do such a thing, and that was the Zheng dynasty. However, he had sent people to investigate Yi Hao, and he found out that Yi Hao seemed to have appeared out of thin air. He even became the emperor of the Qianyuan kingdom without any reason. All of this seemed incomparably illusory and miraculous. It was as if it couldn't happen. However, it did happen, so he investigated Yi Hao. He found out that Yi Hao seemed to be shrouded in mystery. He couldn't see through it at all. Moreover, he found out that Yi Hao didn't have any connections with the Zheng dynasty. This made him very confused. At first, he couldn't understand it. Where did Yi Hao come from, and why were there so many experts appearing in his hands? Don't worry, not to mention a mere kingdom, even the Zheng dynasty doesn't have that many resources. If you want such resources, you need to have a good mouth. The Fire Beacon Emperor's eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke. Your Majesty, what's your plan? Hearing the Fire Beacon Emperor's words, everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at the Fire Beacon Emperor curiously. This was because they believed that the Fire Beacon Emperor must have a plan if he could say such words. I've decided to compensate the Qianyuan kingdom with the resources first. After rescuing the Crown Prince, we will attack the Qianyuan kingdom. We will eradicate the Qianyuan kingdom and take back the resources. We will let the world know the consequences of offending the Fire Beacon dynasty. The Fenghua Emperor said in a deep voice, revealing his plan. No matter what, he was still the emperor of the dynasty. Since when had he ever suffered such humiliation? To think that he would be bullied by a kingdom to such an extent. Therefore, he couldn't take it lying down. Therefore, in his heart, he had already sentenced Yi Hao and the Qianyuan kingdom to death. Your Majesty is wise. All of the ministers were overjoyed when they heard the emperor's words, and they called out in unison. Go and contact the Yang Kang, Kanglan, and Imperial Wind kingdoms. Tell them that I want them to send troops to destroy the Qianyuan kingdom. The Fire Beacon Emperor thought for a while and suddenly said. After all, the Fire Beacon dynasty was quite a distance away from the Qianyuan kingdom. If they really sent troops, it would take a lot of time. Food and other resources were naturally even more astronomical. Therefore, he planned to use the help of the other kingdoms to destroy the Qianyuan kingdom. Then, he would be able to sit back and reap the benefits. Your Majesty, will the other kingdoms agree? Should we give them some benefits so that they will work for us? I'm worried that they won't listen to us. Chapter 1144. They dare to not listen? A mocking smile appeared on the Emperor's face, then send an Artman body realm cultivator. Let's see who dares to say no. All the ministers were shocked when they heard the Emperor's words. This was because the Emperor's move was too ruthless. This was a blatant attempt by the Atman body realm cultivator to coerce the other kingdoms. However, they had to admit that the emperor's method was effective. They believed that other than the Qianyuan kingdom, there was no other kingdom. They believed that no other kingdom would dare to not give the emperor face. If those kingdoms dared to not give the emperor face, they would be courting death. Even now, they still didn't put the Qianyuan kingdom in their eyes. How could they put the other dynasties in their eyes? Your Majesty, when will the compensation be sent to the Qianyuan kingdom? A minister asked. The sooner the better. As long as we save the crown prince, the Qianyuan kingdom will be destroyed. The emperor clenched his fist and punched the dragon throne. Following which, the emperor's aura spread out and suppressed the ministers. At this moment, he couldn't wait to destroy the Qianyuan kingdom. Long live the emperor! Long live the emperor! They could feel the aura from Emperor Fenghua's body, which was crushing down on them. Everyone knelt on the ground one after another and called out loudly. Your Majesty, the Emperor Yang Kang, who was taking a stroll in the garden, suddenly heard the report of a guard. What? The Emperor Yang Kang is here? Emperor Yang Kang frowned when he heard the guard's words. He couldn't help but sigh. What will come will come. It seems like we can't avoid it. Actually, Emperor Yang Kang had finally recovered from the shock of the Qianyuan kingdom's strength. However, there was a rock pressing down on his heart. This was because he had already expected the Emperor Yang Kang to send someone over. As for the purpose of their visit, he didn't need to think to know what was going on. They definitely wanted him to send troops to attack the Qianyuan kingdom. If it was in the past, he might have agreed without hesitation. This way, he would be able to hug the Emperor Yang Kang's thigh. However, things were different now. The Qianyuan kingdom had become so powerful. The Fire Beacon dynasty contacted Xiao Chen to attack the Qianyuan kingdom. This was undoubtedly using him as a tool. To be honest, he was still a little afraid of Yi Hao and the Qianyuan kingdom according to what Zhennan Wang had said. Naturally, he didn't want to be enemies with Yi Hao and the Qianyuan kingdom. But at the same time, he couldn't afford to offend the Fire Beacon dynasty. If he didn't listen to the Fire Beacon dynasty, he would definitely anger them. Therefore, no matter which side it was, he could not afford to offend them. He was caught in the middle, and it was extremely difficult for him to make a choice. It was extremely uncomfortable. For so many days, he had been praying that no one from the Fire Beacon Empire would come. Who would have thought that someone from the Fire Beacon dynasty would still come? Where are the people from the Fire Beacon dynasty? Emperor Yang Kang asked. Reporting to Your Majesty, he's in the throne room. The guard quickly replied. Let's go, said Emperor Yang Kang gloomily. He then walked towards the throne room. Clearly, he didn't dare to slight the people from the Fire Beacon dynasty. This must be the Lord Emissary of the Fire Beacon dynasty. Arriving at the throne room, Emperor Yang Kang saw that aside from the hundreds of officials, there was actually a chair in the middle of the hall. On the chair sat a skinny man in white robes. This man looked down on everything as he sat in the middle of the hall with an arrogant expression on his face. Many of the officials stood to the side and carefully looked at the skinny man. You're the Emperor of the Fire Beacon Kingdom, the skinny man asked as he glanced at Emperor Yang Kang. He had no intention of standing up. Seeing the skinny man's attitude, many of the officials were unhappy. Even Emperor Yang Kang was slightly angry at this moment. Although the person who came was from the Fire Beacon dynasty, he was still the emperor of a kingdom. There was no need for the other party to disregard him like this. Furthermore, the other party didn't give him any face in front of so many officials. Where was his dignity? Emperor Yang Kang originally wanted to rage, but when he thought of the other party's identity, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. After all, he couldn't afford to offend the other party. However, Emperor Yang Kang's tone turned cold. That's right. May I know why the envoy is here? Emperor Yang Kang walked over to the dragon throne and sat down. Because the dragon throne was placed at a high place, Emperor Yang Kang looked down on the thin-faced man. This made him feel a little better. My emperor has said that the Fire Beacon army is to wait for my emperor's command and be prepared to attack the Qianyuan kingdom, the skinny man said to Emperor Yang Kang in a commanding tone. His tone was filled with arrogance. Clearly, he didn't place Emperor Yang Kang in his eyes. The skinny man's words once again infuriated many people. What kind of joke was this? You came to ask us for help and you actually used a commanding tone? The Fire Beacon dynasty might be powerful, but that didn't mean that the Fire Beacon Kingdom was a vassal of the Fire Beacon dynasty and had to listen to your orders. Although Emperor Yang Kang was already prepared, his face turned cold when he heard the skinny man's tone. He had already guessed that the Fire Beacon dynasty was here to ask him to send his troops. Of course, he didn't expect the Fire Beacon dynasty to give him any benefits. He only needed the Fire Beacon dynasty to discuss it with him. But now, the skinny man was using a commanding tone. How could he stand it? Who did he think he was? He wasn't a vassal of the Fire Beacon dynasty. Therefore, Emperor Yang Kang was filled with rage. What? You're not willing? When he saw Emperor Yang Kang's expression, the skinny man squinted his eyes and released his aura. It was filled with killing intent. The powerful aura pressed down on the officials. For a moment, the officials felt as though they couldn't breathe. They realized that they weren't a match for the skinny man. Furthermore, under the pressure of the powerful aura, many of the officials felt the urge to kneel down. Enough. Don't go too far. When he saw the skinny man's killing intent, Emperor Yang Kang was enraged. He immediately released his royal aura. The rich royal aura pressed down on the skinny man. Only then was it able to resist the pressure of the skinny man's aura. All the officials heaved a sigh of relief. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories,